Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for attending this very important Bushfire forum on a Saturday morning with Yeppoon producing a beautiful day as usual out there. So for our visitors, this is what we live with every single day. So we're very fortunate. So before I begin, I'll do a little bit of housekeeping. My name is Dave Mazzafari and I'm the local disaster coordinator here for Livingstone Shire, and with the Mayor, Councillor Andy Ireland, who's our chair, play a pretty pivotal role in coordinating coordinating the cats to get us all in the same room to talk about prevention, mitigation, also response and very important recovery. So throughout the day as you see me, please come and say good day and have a chat. I've got plenty of contact details for you. If you've got any concerns raised out of what occurred, please come and see me. We'll have a chat about it, or we'll set up a time to have a decent chat about it. As today is all about learning from research, understanding how we can do things to build our resilience, both in the environment, also our agriculture and prime produce industry, and very importantly, us. So if we do have to evacuate today, the green exit signs are indicated to the side and to the bottom of the hall. Please have a look at that. Follow one of us. The staff here will be Sue's, and we've got also about 4 other staff here. They'll identify themselves. We walk out the safest way, either out this side to the car park or down the stairs round to the car park, and where we'll check you off in regards to the list that Karen's produced downstairs. So a little bit of etiquette. We're all busy people, so if you wouldn't mind putting your mobile phones on at least vibrate so that you can answer it, hop up and take the call outside, would be greatly appreciative. It is a very full agenda today. There is lots of important speakers out there and some really useful information to share. So we will be tied up to time as much as we possibly can, says me, who has actually started this forum a bit late, so I do apologise for that. So morning tea will be about 10:15 today, followed by lunch at 12:30, and then afternoon tea at approximately 2:15. Take the opportunity to say good day to the people at your table. Introduce yourself, share some of your stories, and very important, learn from each other from your experiences and also some of the knowledge that we can share as a collective. Also, just if you haven't checked in, please make sure you're checked in due to COVID-19 restrictions. There is a check-in on the wall there. There's also a check-in outside, so very important. And be aware of social distancing. You will see me wiping things down as the day progresses, and there's also hand sanitizer on your desk there, so just be aware of that as we progress today. So, before I actually officially open the forum, I would actually like to acknowledge the Darumbal people who are our traditional owners in the land which we meet today. I'd like to pay respects to the elders past, present and of course emerging. And without any further ado, I welcome someone very important in our community, Auntie Sally from the Darumbal people, to do a welcome to country. So thank you, Auntie Sally.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Mayor Ireland. As a Darumbal elder, custodian and native title holder, I'm very honoured to be here today. I acknowledge my elders, past and present, and I thank the organisation, which is the Bushfire Resilience today, for inviting myself here as a representative of the Darumbal people. And as I say, thereby, when you invite us here to do a TO welcome, you invite us Darumbal, and you also acknowledge that we are the traditional owners of this land and of the sea country, which is out there, which is a great sea country. We have a great land that we live on. We have great country. We go from Shoalwater Bay down to Raglan Creek, out to the Mount Morgan Ranges. And so we have a country that we have cared for thousands of years. And we continue to care for that country. In 2007, the Queensland State Government handed back to us Darumbal people, which is about 9 family groups, and so they handed back to us 137.2 hectares of land that we now call Gawula Aboriginal Land Trust, of which I am the chairperson. This land, as you may have heard, was what's called Mount Wheeler, but which we have now had changed to Guy, and we call it Gawula. We work together with different the Quarrel Rural Fire Brigade and parks to maintain our fire strategies there. And Dr. Alistair Meltzer actually put in place for us a fire policy. He put in place for us a weed management policy and a vegetation policy which we follow and which we also train our young people to follow, so that in years to come, when I am no longer here and the elders in our Darrumble community are no longer here, our young people can continue to follow those strategies that we have written down on paper now. And so last year, we actually trained up about 6 young people. 3 of them were from the clan next door, which Mount Morgan, which is the Gungaloo people. We trained them also with our group, and we trained them there at Gawulla, together with Parks and the Quarrel Rural Fire Brigade and the Department of Natural Resources, to train these young people to burn off so that we take care of our country. And we had a lot of debris there from the Cyclone Marcia and Cyclone Debbie. And so we burn off a certain section of our property, and this year we will burn off another section so that we don't have any wildfires up there and set the whole township of Quarrel on fire, which would be a complete disaster. So we care for our country. We want to manage our country the way that it should be managed. We actually, Dr. Alistair has put in place a weed management plan. So we have actually just about eradicated lantana on our property, and we're just looking now at regrowth, which we need to go in and do again. So it's about caring for not just that land that the state government gave back to us, but other land also that we have. And so, with this in mind, I'm glad that this conference is here today, so that we do take care of our country, we do take care of Darrumble country, and it's a big country, and no matter where you come from, it's good to see that the land is being looked after. And by looking after our land, we look after our animals, we look after our soil, and this is the main thing. This is the heart of who we are in Darrumble country. We look after land up at Shoalwater Bay, and so the army goes in there, is there pretty much 24/7, and so we also care about that country. So and we want to be aware also that we're not letting ourselves be open to wildfires, even though there would be lightning strikes and things like that. But while we care for our country, take care that we don't have weeds growing everywhere and all the rest of it, we will have a good country for us to live in and to raise our children in. And so I welcome this conference here today, and I hope that with everything that you say and do today, and that it will be a time that we educate ourselves on caring for country, which us Darrumble have done, as I said, for thousands and thousands of years. Now, when Cook sailed up there, he anchored off Cape Capricorn there, and he sailed through here, and within 4 to 5 days, he'd already sailed out of Darrumble country. And we didn't know it, but for the next 85 years, we were now citizens of Great Britain. And so no one gave him a welcome. We didn't give him a welcome. So, but today, I welcome you to Darrumble country. And I say that while you're here in this meeting, while you're here in Yeppoon, which is a great place to live, while you're here, welcome, you're welcome in our country. We welcome this meeting on our land today because we know that you, like us, care about what happens in Darrumble country. So welcome today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie Sally, and as usual, thank you for those inspiring and passionate words. We are very fortunate and very proud of the relationship we have with our Darrumble people across all of our portfolios, and through improvement, we always wish that to continue. So thank you again, Annie Sally. I'd now like to acknowledge some of the dignitaries in the room. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Mayor Andy Island, and also Councillor Friend, who has environmental portfolio, and Councillor Adam Ballow, our Deputy Mayor for Livingstone Shire Council. I'd actually ask Mayor Andy Owen to please come up and say a few words. And while he's doing that, I'd also like to acknowledge some very important people, and they're our Australians of the Years, John and Estelle Lindsay. So just down the front here, and have done some amazing work with us in our bushfire. So as the day progresses, please take some time to have a conversation and get them to share some of their experiences. So thank you again for being here. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Dave, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to this very important forum that's being facilitated by Livingstone Shire Council on behalf of GrowCom. I'd also like to pay my respects to the Darumbal people, their elders past, present and emerging, and who are always represented magnificently by Auntie Sally. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all here today. We had over 100 registrations, and although we might not quite make that number in total, we are actually live streaming this particular conference in the hope that people who can't make it will be able to view it and actually perhaps learn things or somehow follow up or make conversation about what they've heard and listened to. I'd also like to give a warm welcome to our guest speakers and thank them for presenting in their level of expertise today. And we have some fantastic speakers, ladies and gentlemen, some people here who are tops in their field, not only in this country, but potentially in the world. This event marks a step forward, I think, pardon me, for our region's disaster preparedness and emergency management, because it gives the community a fantastic opportunity to gain valuable insights into a range of key topics that are becoming increasingly relevant for our region. It's also a timely reminder, I think, for our community for the upcoming bushfire season. We're not expecting a great deal of rain through this winter period, so come summer, we think that there will be a great deal of fuel on the ground, and that obviously presents a serious risk going forward. So now is the time to mingle, talk about that particular issue, and listen to what some of our guest speakers have to say. It's also a time for reflection, I think, ladies and gentlemen. Saturday the 9th of November will always be remembered in Livingstone as a result of the devastating bushfires. By the 16th of November, 429 assessments had been conducted, with a total of 15 houses, 1 mobile property and 38 sheds completely destroyed. Approximately 12,100 hectares were impacted, with a frontage of 17 kilometres by 13 kilometres wide. According to the Insurance Council of Australia, the Black Summer bushfires, which impacted 4 states of Australia and which Livingstone was included, caused over $2.3 billion in damages, with nearly 39,000 claims lodged. The fire also saw significant impacts to both the environment and our wildlife, and you would have all seen a lot of the footage in relation to wildlife, which was actually heartbreaking. 8,500 hectares of grazing land and 275 hectares of horticultural production land, including tropical fruit production, has also been lost. Damages were assessed and there were immediate losses to livestock, as we also know, fences, sheds, equipment, and the longer term impacts of re-establishing orchards and the need to find adjustment for livestock. These were all very significant problems. Pardon me. The financial impacts to the agricultural industry were assessed at approximately $17.9 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is the opportunity for us to get together, not necessarily to relive those disasters, but to learn from them and to move forward in a positive way with what we learn today. And please engage with each other outside of the conference, because that sort of networking is what keeps these types of discussions alive and keeps the awareness and preparedness alive. So again, welcome to our forum. We hope you get heaps out of it, and I look forward to having a chat with you during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, very humbling statistics indeed. And very much the new norm for Livingstone, with an extra hazard and risk to add to our already growing portfolio. So we're very fortunate here in Livingstone to have such a passionate chair of our local disaster management group, and are very passionate to have a dedicated list of councillors who are always working in regards to ensuring we build resilience for our community. I've got a couple of apologies before we actually ask our first speaker to come to the stage. And the first apology I'll read out is from our federal member for Capricorn, the Honourable Michelle Landry. Firstly, can I express my humblest apologies at not being able to attend this forum due to commitments in Parliament and in the electorate. It is forums like these that not only help us remember bushfires of years gone by, but also to learn from them. I know all of you will remember the most recent disaster, the Cobberwell bushfires. Senator Matt Canavan and I, like many, were horrified by the devastation we witnessed firsthand. We spoke to many residents who had been affected by this devastating disaster. I immediately contacted Minister David Littleproud for the Bushfire Relief Funding to help support the community. This forum will state recovery and resilience is the key. There are many speakers here who have expertise in this area who will be contributing to the discussion today. I look forward to reading many of the speeches and contributions presented at this forum. I wish you all well. From Michelle Landry, Female Member for Capricorn now. The second apology is from Brittany Lorne, Member for Keppel, Assistant Minister for Education. I congratulate the Livingstone Shire, which will be facilitating this Bushfire Recovery and Resilience Forum on behalf of GrowCom. No one will ever forget the destruction and heartbreak caused by the Cobberwell bushfires on November 9, 2019. My heart goes out to the victims of the fire, many of whom I've reached out to in the aftermath of the devastation, which ruined 14 homes, 1 mobile property and 38 sheds, along with 12,100 hectares impacted. I know the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, who are here today, has worked closely with the Livingstone Shire Council in response to these bushfires. Since its establishment in 2011, the Queensland Reconstruction Authority has managed a recovery and reconstruction program worth more than $16.4 billion across the 80 disaster events. I'm proud to say that it was made Australia's first permanent disaster recovery agency by Queensland Government in 2015, becoming the state's lead agency for disaster recovery, resilience and the mitigation policies. QRA has worked hard to protect and defend Livingstone Shire against the impact of natural disasters, supporting council's recovery from multiple disasters including Oswald, Dylan, Marcia, Debbie and the devastating bushfires of 2018 and 2019. QRA has also secured $3.7 million in betterment funding across 15 projects to strengthen the resilience of essential public assets in Livingstone, such as Scenic Highway and Statue Bay. Since the 2019 Queensland bushfires, QRA has released a bushfire resilient building guidance with Jimmy Stewart, who's here today, will speak about. Since the 2019 Queensland bushfires, as I said, has released a bushfire resilient building guidance for Queensland homes, and I offer my sincere apology for not being able to attend today and wish you all very well in this successful event. So thank you to both those representatives at the state and federal level. Okay, so we'll actually move on to what I call the important aspect of the forum now, and what we're all here for is to hear from our speakers. So the first speaker we're going to discuss today is fire on the farm. So fire on the farm, consequences for orchards and the environment is our first topic of discussion today, and I'd like to welcome on the stage and introduce you to the representatives from Central Queensland University Rockhampton campus, Professor Kelly Watts and Dr. Alastair Melzer. Professor Kelly Walsh undertook a science degree in botany and agriculture at the University of Queensland before undertaking postgraduate studies on low temperature tolerance of soybean in Canada. Now a professor in plant science at CQ Uni, has delivered into a range of eco and agro-psychological projects over the years, from diagnostics of the, I can't even read these words, that's how scientific it is. Oh dear. Calatrus dieback and Papillard dieback syndromes, through revegetation of dry land salinity affected areas to assessment of fruit quality. Dr. Alastair Melzer has been working in Queensland dry topics since 1989 and with CQ Uni in Rockhampton since 1995. In the role, he has worked with industry, government and communities since to resolve environmental problems associated with project development and land management. These include flora and fauna assessment and management, environmental management planning and associated ecosystem health monitoring, property-wide bushfire management planning, weed management planning, and revegetation strategy and associated restoration success monitoring. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. So I'll start with a little introduction to the effect of fire directly on plants and then hand across to Alistair to speak more on the environmental side. And of course the main problem with a plant is it can't move. You as a human faced with a fire, an animal, you can move out of the way, but you can imagine sitting in a path of a fire as a plant exposed to heat and smoke for long periods of time. And the effects are similar to a human. You have smoke inhalation, carbon monoxide in particular, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, a whole heap of other chemicals, isocyanuric acid amongst them, and this particulate problem. So particulates down PM 2.5, that's the human hair, and the little pink ones are the tiny, that they'll work their way through your lungs and into the bloodstream and so forth. So similar effects on the plant. The plant is faced with heat, same as you are, first degree, second degree, third degree burn, and then smoke. There's been a whole heap of work done looking at the effects on agricultural production, particularly down south, given the extent of the effect on the wine industry. So there are some positive effects. There is increased CO2. In glass houses, you'll pump CO2 levels up to 1,000 ppm. There is sort of foliar fertilizer coming through in the ash. The hazy days, given that the fire is generally in a very heat stress period, the hazy days, which days and weeks and sometimes months, is some relief to the plant, strangely enough. Smoked and dissolved in the water improves seed germination and has some effects, positive effects on plant growth. But of course those positive effects are rather outweighed by the negative effects. So heat. The heat effect's obvious, scorching of the leaves, and then the impact on the growing points, the growing meristem and in the trunk, the cambial layers. Native plants, of course, are fire adapted. They have a thick bark that can protect them from that, and epicormic buds that allow them to regrow through the trunk. Most horticultural plants are not fire adapted, so you have the damage. That's the heat. The smoke, we use plants indoors as air filters. They're very good at soaking up chemicals, and they will soak up smoke. Within 20 minutes, their photosynthesis is shut down, and even a brief smoke exposure, they're shut down for days, given the chemicals involved. There can be ethylene in the smoke, so that's the plant hormones. It's triggering responses in the plant, sort of senescence and ripening type responses, and you can taint the fruit. I've done a little exercise with some grapes actually, and I tried smoking them. So there's some outside if you want to try a smoked grape. It was quite interesting. The first time I did it, I took it around people and they said it tastes like smoked ham. So I thought this is interesting. I'd try it again, and it's totally different this time. And I tried 3 varieties. They're all quite different. So it's sitting out there if you're game to try it. The ash has effects as well. It's alkaline. It can affect stomatal function. There's an example of the stomata on the leaf. Normal open stomata, letting the CO2 in and water out, but then with that particulate matter, it can start to get in. But that's relatively minor. It's like roadside dust. It's not so urgent. It can be washed off, but it's not critical. What immediate things can be done? Reinstating irrigation is the obvious thing to say, but of course, it's in a drought period, water's limited, and there can be a lot of damage to the irrigation system. So I'm just looking at some of the work done for the apple orchards down south. They recommend watering as quickly as possible, but not over-watering. If a lot of foliage has been lost, then of course the trees aren't needing as much water. The damage, of course, is going to be very variable according to the severity of the fire and the tree bark thickness and how well watered the plants were to start with. So in the apple industry, they'll wait several weeks to months and then assess the extent of the damage, cutting back the bark to look how how much damage has been done, and then look at what their options are in terms of removal of trees, replanting, or if there's too much mixture of removed trees, it's better to take the whole orchard out. Just to speak a little bit about that taint in the fruit, because it was a major issue for the wine industry down south, and it has affected growers even up this way. So the volatile phenols get through the skin of the fruit. It's mostly just in the last few weeks before harvest. Earlier than that, the taint's not so much a problem. It binds to glucose, sits in the fruit, and then when you eat it, your mouth chemicals break it, and you get the taint. Highest in woody fire rather than grass fire, but only 30 minutes of smoke. So you can have no fire on the farm itself, but just the smoke going through will affect the fruit, mostly in the skin. And in the wine industry, they have this whole series of things. They'll be very careful not to take leaf into the mix of fruit, because the leaf holds a lot of the taint as well. They'll do hand harvesting. They'll try a kaolin spray or a biofilm spray during the fire. And they try to cold press the fruit so you're not breaking the skins up. So it's certainly an issue. On the nutrient side, you do lose a lot of nutrients in a fire. In a typical kind of woody fire in a forest, 50% of nitrogen, 37% of phosphorus, 40% of potassium in what burns is lost, going up in ash and volatile. Light burns don't affect soil carbon too much, can even increase it because of the biochar sort of material, but an intense burn will lose a lot of soil carbon. And that's just a little figure that shows temperatures across the bottom, 0 degrees, 100 degrees, boiling water, and then all the way up to 1,000 degrees. So the light fires, you get charcoal, and then all the carbon's gone. But you can see the different chemicals. Calcium is getting, or calcium carbonate's becoming calcite, nitrogen's being lost, sulfur's being lost. As you go higher temperatures, you've got all these other elements being lost from the system. The fire, of course, can affect the structure of the soil, and just, again, looking at what it does to the soil. Temperature across the bottom, just underburning, grass fires, slash and burn type fires, and then pile burning, really high temperatures, up the top, going from 100 degrees to 1,000 degrees. You'll see fine roots and fungi and bacteria killed at the low temperatures, but they come back quickly. It's just a few surface centimetres. But then as you go up in temperatures, we can imagine what you're doing to clay. It's like pottery. You're putting it in an oven and making china out of it. So you can be losing soil structure and such at those higher temperatures. And then finally, to end off and hand over to Alistair, obviously there's an effect on the ecological system and therefore the integrated pest management programs. Just one anecdote is, with the change in cane harvesting from burning to green harvest, there's been a increase in the cane beetle, which now attacks palms. So the date palms in Yeppoon here were taken out with cane beetle activity. So as fire regimes change, ecological systems change. Handing across to Alistair.
There we go, we're up. Well, thank you very much, Kerry. Mr Mayor, councillors, Auntie Sally who's left and everyone else, thank you for the opportunity to talk about stuff. Slightly different approach. My background is working on the production of fire management plans and other things associated with that, as Auntie Sally mentioned, for a range of property types, from heavy industry through to family properties, etc. My focus on fire management planning is not on the bushfire management plan that you have to do when you're going to build a house. it is on the landscape around that. So we're talking about the natural lands, whatever form they take, around a property, around a power station, around a nickel refinery, in Aboriginal country or whatever. So it's a different sort of thing. When I talk about a bushfire management plan, I'm talking about the landscape, not the built environment. I've done quite a number of these plans from North Queensland down to Central Queensland, and the vast majority of those plans have never been implemented. And in fact, well, I'll give you an example. Recently, I've spent 2 years working with an organisation near here, developing their bushfire management plan, working with them, etc. And then last Christmas got a call while I was out with my family saying, we have a fire next to our property. We've never experienced a fire before. What do we do? That's one typical response from most of the fire planning that goes on. These things are done, they sit on the shelf, they've met that KPI, goes next to their biosecurity plan and their other plans, but it doesn't actually happen on the ground. So when I go back and review these things, I've found there's about, I've got here 9 what I call risk factors. That is, when we're talking about your land management capacity to bounce back from a fire, which is the resilience thing, these are factors which would indicate that you're at risk of not being able to bounce back from that fire without significant loss, cost or effort being required. The first of that is planning, and if you look at the others, they're effectively what you'd expect to see in a plan, but if they're absent, then you're at risk, in my view. So I'm going to go through those quickly. The first one is the plan itself. And as I said, it's important, first of all, it's important to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're going to be out in the cold. That plan can be formal, but it doesn't need to be formal. It can be informal. The most important thing about planning is you become familiar with your property and the elements of your property that you need to manage. A lot of that planning may be in your head informally, or it may be written down. It doesn't matter as long as you've got it. But if you haven't got it, you're going to be in trouble when the time comes. And the important part of that is, from experience, that planning needs to be not part of your business KPI. It needs to be built into the operating structure of your property. Related to that, and part of the reasons why many of these other plans failed, was that they were not translated to the operational level. So the call I got last Christmas, in fact, was from the Asia Pacific manager for that operation. He was out on the ground with his operational manager trying to deal with this fire. It wasn't his staff, it wasn't in association with the Rural Fire Brigade. So these guys had not got it down to the ground level. They didn't have people on the ground who had accepted this plan, who could actually put it in place. At the property level, it could be members of your own family, not your staff. You're not a corporation, you're just a family farm, but whatever. The whole family needs to be engaged and be able to do it, and most importantly, properly resourced to do it. Resource is a technical term for meaning, we've got the gear and we can go and do it, we know where it is. The other element that needs to be part of this process is the actual implementation. So there's no point in having the plan or having your your crew on the ground, your sons, your daughters, or your staff on the ground, if in fact you don't actually do anything in relation to your plan. When I spoke to the Asia Pacific manager from a hilltop down at Zilsey, it turned out that what he first needed to do was to go and get his fire breaks done. The fire was already there next door, and I'm nearly 100 kilometres away, but it turns out they hadn't even bothered to prepare their fire breaks, let alone anything else. Okay. So if you're going to do something, if you want to do something, you need to do it, and you need to make sure it's happening every year. It's in your schedule, it's part of the annual budget, it's part of your work plan, and it's happening. This picture, by the way, what I did was pirate a few pictures from Google Earth. So if by chance your property appears on here, you haven't been targeted. I've randomly, well, not randomly, but I've just picked things out. I don't know who they are or whatever. This one is at Lakes Creek, so that might help you target who it is. I've no idea. But if you look closely, and probably the image isn't very clear on this, but if you go to Google Earth and look for Lakes Creek, you'll see this one. This property is doing effectively a backburn. They've got their boundary line delineated. It's been graded recently. You can see they're doing burning around the house and infrastructure. They've got a very well-established exclusion zone around the house, and that's doing well. And when you look more closely, most of the property is what I think is guinea grass and lantana. And in places, the guinea grass and lantana are growing up through disturbed eucalypt shrubby country. So it's a high-risk property. So they're implementing a backburn, probably ahead of the coming fire season. That's actually not the way to develop resilience on your property. That is a defensive mode. It's not a preparatory mode to becoming more resilient in the face of future fire. You should be doing this stuff at the beginning of the year in a way that can be done safely to achieve fuel load reduction long before there's a need to do backburning. And what I just talked about then was another important element if you're going to be resilient in the face of fire, and that is to understand how your property works in relation to how fuel loads develop, what their dynamics are. In Livingstone, in particular in the eastern parts, that's Capricornia, the main drivers of fuel load production here are exotic plants, predominantly guinea grass, hamel grass, elephant grass, in conjunction with lantana and leucaena, the great scourge of this region and regions north, in terms of fire and environment. May be good for cattle, but it's no good for the environment. Understanding how your fuel loads work, there's a critical element in understanding how you're going to manage your property and what routes you're going to take. The two images I'm showing you there are both of eucalypt open forests, or one's almost a woodland now. The one on the left is an area that was part of a Cobberaball fire, so it had a wildfire go through 18 months ago roughly. You can see tree death, canopy loss, and a tall regrowth, particularly of guinea grass, but also some lantana in there as well. On the right is a eucalypt open forest that has been subject to a number of rounds of strategic burning, generally in the cooler months. Certainly this was last burnt in May last year. And you can see a completely different response first of all, the different response is because of the type of landscape it is. The landscape on the right does not generate tall grasses, and it's hard to burn even when you wanted to. The landscape on the left, because of the soils and the position, wants to grow tall grasses all the time. The best way to manage the one on the left is not to burn it each year, it's to graze it or use herbicide or manual clearing if you can get in there and slash it or whatever. Fire in that landscape creates a cycle of more grass growth annually, and you get more fire, etc., etc. So that and much of the Cobberaball lands that haven't been subject to intense management are ready to burn again, as the Mayor mentioned. We're ready to go. A key element in resilience is knowing what you want to protect. I've called them key values, and it depends on where you are, on your property type. The range of properties in Livingstone goes from large cattle properties through to horticultural properties, orchards, etc., through to properties that are managed for natural values, nature refuges, the cultural values associated with the Aboriginal land, and then a whole suite of smaller properties which are more common now, which are effectively what I'm going to call blockies, or small acreages with lifestyle blocks or whatever. Each of those has different values, and each of the landowners has different capacities to deal with things. This image, not very clear here, shows a horticultural property with a mixture of things going on. The key values in that, some of those are obvious. If you're a rural producer, clearly you're looking at the orchards, you're looking at the extensive areas of shade cloth over probably some more fruit. You've got infrastructure. There's a farm dam at the top as well. But there may be other values as well. There may be rare plants. You may be concerned about the water quality in your agricultural dam. There may be heritage features and the scar tree there as well. You need to know what your key values are that you're interested in. It may be your family's favourite glade down by the creek that you want to protect because you go down there for picnics and all those sorts of things. Whatever they are, know what they are and know how they work, and then know how to protect them ahead of any event occurring. There's no point having a desperate fight for them at the end. This particular property has tall grasses right up to the edge of a shade cloth here. They may well be slashing around that, but if a fire comes down here or through here, there's going to be a fair bit of ember deposition on their shade cloth. I would be suggesting, and in its current state, and this is an old image of course, that they would not be particularly resilient property in the face of a Cobberaball fire or even something less intense. Neighbours and neighbourhoods are critical. That's my property, and my wife, Rhonda, she has an ownership in it as well. Good to see. If I'm getting that right. Yep, so that's the land that Sally's family looks after there. These three properties are nature refuges. These are lifestyle blocks or old growth blocks, etc. For us to do our burning, we have got a few neighbours to be considerate of. We can't control that back boundary, so if we're going to look at fuel reduction in there, say post-Cyclone Marcia, we've got a few neighbours that all need to be involved and to achieve that together. That agreement and that has not been able to be achieved since that Cyclone Marcia, because you need all property owners to agree all at once. So the key element in part of resilience in dealing with fire is be aware of what your neighbours are doing, but at the same time beware of what your neighbours are doing as well. And I do know that during the Cobberaball fire there were circumstances where houses were put at risk because they were built quite close to neighbouring boundaries where there was no fuel management at all in place, or at least so they claim. The people who are in the other property may have a different view. Neighbourhood relations are great things. Another great risk factor is your relationship with emergency services. Resilience means having a good working relationship with emergency services. A lack of resilience is being dependent on emergency services. How many of us recall the fact that we're being told that don't rely on the services to get to you because they've got too many other places to go. Don't expect them to come up a dead-end road to deal with your property if they can't get back out or there's no water available or whatever. If you're dependent on emergency services for defence of your property, then you're in serious trouble. However, if you work with them, that doesn't mean they're always going to come onto your property, but they know what's there, what resources are there, you've got an agreed plan and agreed response, then you're going to be much more resilient. in the face of these changes. That relationship is important. And be prepared. Have the right infrastructure in place. It's amazing the number of people who don't have any sort of infrastructure to manage fire or manage fire fuel on their property, or able to put in property breaks. The last one of this is climate awareness. And this isn't necessarily climate change, although it involves those sorts of things, because it's widely recognised, it's quite clear that our climate here is changing. Our dry seasons are becoming drier and more extended. Our fire seasons are becoming longer, starting earlier and finishing later. More importantly, every landowner needs to be aware of the climate of their own property, because it varies from my bush block at Kawarrell to what might be happening out at Byfield or Stanage Bay or whatever. So if you need to have that local understanding and a local capacity to interpret what that means for the farm. If you haven't got that, you're in trouble. CSIRO did some work on this in 2012, and they saw that the fire season issue was a significant factor, combined with, yet again, the risks imposed by the invasion of exotic plant species, tall tropical grasses, Leucaena and the lantana that's been here since at least 1900, are real issues. So there are 9 things that every property owner needs to at least look at to see whether they can be thinking about being resilient or being on the defensive every time a fire comes through. Anticipating these events, being prepared for them. You won't reduce the occurrence of fire on your block, but you will reduce the severity of those impacts. Now, I'll quickly just run through a couple of things. There are negative impacts from fire. Kerry's introduced that quite well in terms of horticultural stuff. This is a patch of bush that was burnt 3.5 years ago. This bare patch in here was a fallen casuarina that burnt that 3.5 years ago. I was looking at that a week or so ago. There's no growth on that after all that time. And around it, there's a halo of weeds, not of grasses. So the soil changes that Kerry talked about are real things, and they're long-lasting and have implications of the productivity of your property, whatever the values you might have. And when you then extend that, like that local patch impact, to a landscape, again, 18 months after a fire at Cobberable, what's happened to the productivity of your property, let alone whether you can get on there because of a regrowth. The other sorts of negative impacts you get are more environmental, loss of habitat trees, other key features, in this case a scrub turkey mound that burnt with ember attack on it. That was actually on our property, despite us trying to defend it. Critically, burning country can increase the fuel loads. Here's 2 examples. This is, oops, wrong one, go back. I think that's Mount Ray Road after the Cobberable fire. Took that a week ago. This is this was a controlled burn. So this was a wildfire, lots of dead trees, lots of tall growth. This was a strategic burn for fuel reduction. The overstory is still intact, although there are some dead trees, but the fuel load is back within a growing season and ready to burn again. So simply burning back with the sort of grassy country that we've got now does not reduce the risk of fire to your property. It just deals with it for one season, then you've got to go back and do it again. If you want true resilience, you've got to look at managing that in a more sustainable way, and that may be grazing it, using chemical control or mechanical control, or replacing those grasses with more fire-resistant species, such as the ones on the table in front of you, dry rainforest species. Dry rainforests will burn, but they burn slowly with much less heat generation. and they protect your landscape as well. And a lot of them recover after fire, but it does take time. There are some good things about fire on the property as well. I'm not going to tell you where that property is. There are cattle in there. A trial that we did recently with Park Service saw 50% kill of lantana, but it largely recovered within 3 years. But if it's sprayed first and then burnt, you've got a much better kill. The fire also had a good effect on reducing thickening with certain eucalypt species. So fire can be a useful tool in cleaning up the country, as I call it, but it's also good in terms of promoting environmental values. So in this situation, we have a problem with both lantana and rainforest expansion into what was open woodland country probably originally. That's the same country after the fire. And it stopped overgrowth of an endangered cycas, the cycas megacarpa that's here, Ophiolitica, sorry, wrong country, which is an endangered plant in this region, and a lot of planting decisions are made around that plant. And finally, there are things that fire can promote as well. There's a lot of talk you see of plants that are favoured by fire. In this case, we've got a fungus that's favoured by fire. That's off Rhonda's and my property again, and that fungus appeared within 3 days of burning country that hadn't been burnt for 35 years. So it's sitting there in the ground, ready to go. But there are other values as well, cultural values. This is a scar tree, but there are other cultural values you might have, like old buildings or old fences, the like, that need to be protected and are protected if you've got a more resilient approach to managing your landscape. That's it. Thank you very much.
So can you please put your hands together once more for Professor Walsh and Dr. Melzer for those fascinating insights. A couple of take-homes for me was the importance of resilience across all aspects, including the building of true resilience through our environment. So thank you. That's a couple of take-homes for us. I also have a gift for you. So please come up. I'll give it to you when I get down there. Our next speaker is Philip Fishbourne from the Department of Natural Resources. Philip grew up at Fraser Island and did distance education up until he finished seniors at 18 years of age. He went to the university in Brisbane where he completed a bachelor degree, double major, in chemistry and environmental science. He's been working with the department for well over 10 years, first starting in Longreach as the State Rural Leasehold Land Officer, doing land condition assessments on properties throughout Western Queensland. For the last 7 years, he's been working in vegetation management. Please welcome Philip to the stage.
Morning everyone. So I've just got a few slides I was just going to go through, just going around the vegetation management and what it entails in the state of Queensland. So our vegetation management is pretty much underpinned by certain lots of legislation. So Vegetation Management Act 1999, Vegetation Management Regulation, and the Planning Act and Regulation as well. With vegetation management framework, there hasn't been a lot of change essentially in the last 20 years. It's been pretty consistent and there hasn't been any legislative changes for the last, since 2018. Some of the, I guess, first things to remember with the Vegetation Management Act is it excludes national parks and state forest, excludes dead timber, grasses and mangroves, doesn't include lopping or trimming of trees, so that's not regulated by us. And the point of truth when it comes to vegetation management, we refer to our mapping, which is the regulated vegetation management and the supporting map. So first one is the regulated vegetation management map. It's split into different categories. So you've got your category A, which is your red areas. So that only applies to areas that have management plans or restoration notices over them. So I'll just use the little pointer. So that's this area here. Category B is your dark blue. So it's your remnant regulated vegetation. It is only, it's areas that haven't been either cleared at all or haven't been cleared in the last usually 30 to 40 years. So it's areas that are believed to be in a remnant status and not regrowth vegetation. Then we have your high value regrowth, which is your category C, light blue. So it's areas that haven't been cleared in the last 15 years and is a functioning regional ecosystem. So you've got your yellow areas, so that's your category R. So this is reef watercourse regrowth areas. There was some change in that during the last 2018 legislative changes, where category C applied to areas which haven't been cleared for 15 years instead of haven't been cleared since 1989. And for category R, it used to be only in 3 catchments in further North Queensland, but that was actually spread to catchments further south, including the Fitzroy catchment. And then you have your category X areas, which is areas that aren't regulated under the Vegetation Management Act. In 99% of tenures, there are a couple of tenures where it is regulated, but it's more things like road reserves and certain other types of reserves. So this is a map that shows a few examples of it. So your category B, your C, and your R. So that was your regulated vegetation management map. This is just the supporting map that underlies that. So this goes into another level of detail. So here you have an example of showing category, these are different category B and C's, but it's showing the least concern, which is your green areas, and your of concern, which is your orange areas. In this map, there isn't an example of endangered, but endangered regional ecosystems are quite common throughout Livingstone Shire. So if you see any colours on that mapping and you're unsure about what they exactly mean, best thing to do is talk to us in vegetation management. We can explain it and tell you what each of them mean and how that affects what exemptions are applicable and that sort of things. You'll see here the numbers. Just here, this is the regional ecosystems. So the regional ecosystems, they consist of the bioregion, which is the first number. So Brigalow Belt, for example, is bioregion. The second number is the land zone. So this is saying it's an alluvial land zone 3. The third number here is the vegetation community. So a lot of times these numbers aren't important unless you're doing planning on doing specific type of clearing. So whether it be in category C areas if you're wanting to do thinning, or if you're wanting to do in regulated category B areas if you want to do thinning under a DA or that type of thing, so development approval. So the most things we'll be referring to today will be in regards to the actual status of the vegetation. So as far as this mapping, the 2 best sources to be able to find it on the internet is the Vegetation Management Report, which you can just type in your lot and plan details and your email address and it'll send a report to yourself with that maps available. Or you can look up Queensland Globe, which I find is really effective at a property scale because you can zoom in, look at satellite imagery, and you can overlay the mapping on top of that as well. So under the framework, there's a few different types of, best way to be able to think of it is in stages. If you're planning on doing any vegetation clearing for fire management, the first things to look at is, can it be done under an exemption, which is found under, you can find it in legislation under Schedule 21 of the planning regulation, or we also have fact sheets and stuff like that available talking about them. So if it isn't something that can be done under an exemption, next part to look at is, can it be done under an accepted development code, which requires a notification online or manually, and then to be able to just abide by the conditions in the code. And finally, if that can't be done, then you'll be looking at potentially a development approval being lodged to the department. So the different types of exemptions. Got category X areas, so like I said before, they're not regulated on freehold and leasehold land. So So if you have Category X areas, under the Vegetation Management Act, there's no regulation for it. There might be requirements from other different type of legislation or other either state departments or local government, so it's always worth checking before just going ahead and clearing. For categories A, B, C and R areas, so all regulated vegetation, there's exemptions under our legislation, so for fire management lines up to 10 metres wide. So these are essentially access tracks, and the idea of this is to have this both around the boundary of your property, so you have a property boundary. It doesn't have to be the exact property boundary because it has to be practical on the ground. You might have your DCDB property boundary on mapping going across a massive ridge line which you can't get access to or in a very dense area. So it's about what's practical on the ground. But that doesn't limit itself to just the lines that are just around the property boundary. It can actually be additional fire management lines if you have a larger property and you need to break it up into more manageable paddocks. There's also fire breaks, so they protect your built infrastructure, so not including fences or roads, and that allows clearing up to 20 metres or 1.5 times the height of the tallest tree adjacent to the vegetation. There's also exemptions that can be done under the Emergency Services Act as well to reduce hazardous fuel reduction, so hazardous fuel loads, and also you can do bushfire for an emergency if landholders during clearing required by an authorised fire officer. So if there's a bushfire coming your way and they're instructed by the local warden or fire officer to be able to do certain clearing, that's then exempt. Some other exemptions that apply to fire are around risk mitigation, so removing or reducing imminent risk to people or infrastructure. So this is certain specific hazardous trees that you could see could be an issue for your property. They might be one that could go across a fence line, so a standalone tree that could hit across your fence line and therefore fire could go over the fire management line and continue to another property because it's affected. It could be a damaged tree or a dying tree or something like that. That can be cleared under this exemption. The disaster declaration exemption matches very similar to the risk mitigation one. This one, probably a fair few of you are familiar with. So post-cyclone, so recent cyclones we've had, and also bushfire disaster, when they were declared, a disaster declaration was placed over them. And after that, people had, so yourself as landholders had up to 12 months to be able to do certain clearing under an exemption if you wanted to. So there was an exemption in that period. And that included clearing that for cases where vegetation could result in loss of human life, illness or injury, property loss or damage to the environment. So you'll notice that these two exemptions are very similar to this. So in a lot of cases, even though this disaster declaration finishes 12 months after, there's still a lot of work you can still do under this exemption, as long as you abide meeting the purpose of this exemption. The only additional factor in regards to this was damage to the environment. And where that came into being was cases where we had trees post-say cyclone where there was a tree that was still alive but damaged that could fall into a creek and result in flooding issues. So then we go on to, in regards to the supporting map, how that comes into play. So with root, that was everything we mentioned just before was in regards to essential management. So that's work that can be done no matter what type of vegetation status it is. It's just what can be done under exemptions. For routine management, it's additional clearing that can be done depending on what the status of the vegetation is. So where it's least concern, so it's green, clearing up to 10 metres for new fences, roads can be done, and up to 2 hectares of clearing for other new infrastructure. So that's not maintaining the distance around your current infrastructure, that's actually building new infrastructure. It can be done within the least concern areas. And that doesn't require any notification, that can just be done under that exemption. There's also sourcing construction timber for on-site infrastructure can also be done under that exemption as well. So trying to put that in a bit of a practical sense, just got a bit of an example here of a property where you can see there's, so this is the regulated veg map going over the property. There's a house there, it appears, and a bit of a shed or some infrastructure down here. So when it comes to, that's the footprint of them, measuring these areas. When it comes to the fire break buffer, you can see you apply the 1.5 times. In this case, it would have just been the 20-metre buffer because you can't tell based on imagery how high the trees are. So you put that around. These are the areas that can be cleared under that fire break exemption. So a bit like what was shown in a previous slide, the photo showing the exclusion area, that's what they would have been applying, is an exclusion area. So that's the fire break. These are the fire management lines that can be potentially applied. So this is 10-metre fire management lines around the property, done around the boundary, and then also through the boundaries, through the property, so that it can be split into more manageable sized paddocks. So this allows for a bit better fire management. You might not need multiple ones if you have smaller blocks, but for larger blocks, it's definitely advised. So if a fire does jump into there, you can also potentially backburn against it from there. This is a bit of an example of a fire management line. So I guess the point is there's a bit of a misconception that fire management lines are meant to be something that would just stop the fire in its tracks. That's not the case. So fire management lines are meant to allow you to be able to get vehicles up there to be able to backburn against the actual backburning vegetation, so you can go against a wildfire that's coming through. And this is just some information. So in regards to, if you have any questions or anything like that, you can call the Department of Resources through the Veg Hub, or you can email via this email address here. And main thing is, don't forget, check with your local government as well if there's any local vegetation laws as well, in addition to what we have. So as far as a bit of an example, I'll probably add in is, like with the recent fires, there's been a fair bit of with cases of people unsure about what clearing they can do also post-fire and what meets certain exemptions. Best thing to do is give us a call, because like I said earlier on in the slides, dead vegetation isn't legislated by us, but it is actually determining if a tree is dead or alive. It's sometimes straight post-fire. It's very hard to be able to tell, and it needs a bit of time to actually see if it'll actually recover or not. So, like I said, if you have any questions, give me a call.
Thank you, Philip. And there is an opportunity to ask our presenters questions at the end of the forum. We've put aside 30 minutes. So we have supplied paper on your tables. Please jot down some questions. On the way out for morning tea and also lunch, afternoon tea, please slip that into the box, and there will be an opportunity to have, as a forum group, answers to any of those questions. Oh, and the back there where Suze is, she's putting a hand up. There's 2 plastic boxes right where she is on the way out. So thank you. For those who are interested, our guests all get a little gift today from our local providers, from Kazubi's. I might just show it to you. So there's chocolates in a Coastal Funk glass. So they're very, very good. So please have a look at what they don't take them, because I get the spare one. So that's it for this morning's session. I hope you got a lot of information out of it, and there's far more to come again the afternoon session than after afternoon tea. Morning tea is now being served in the foyer. If you'd like, you make your way there. It's a very special thank you to our catering today, which is the Waterline Restaurant, who's created a menu which is primarily local produce. So very hats off to them for doing that. Please enjoy. We're back on time, so thank you, Philip. And we'll resume back here at 10:45. Thank you very much. Looks like we're back. Right, so welcome back everybody, and I hope you really enjoyed your morning tea. They've done a great job, and you wait for lunch, it's even better. So before we start the second part of our session, I'd actually like one of our councillors to come up stage and say a very quick couple of words in regards to the environmental portfolio here at Livingstone. And as I said, we're very proud of what our councillors do in their portfolio. My contract's up for expiry soon. The pay rise very much appreciated. Thank you, councillors. Please welcome to the stage Councillor Andrea Friend. Just say a few words about the environmental portfolio, the importance of this session. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to everyone here this morning. As David said, I'm a councillor with Livingstone Shire Council, and my portfolio includes the environment amongst many others. I would like to thank our natural resource management team at council and also our sustainability officers and our disaster management also. We're so fortunate to have these people working for council. It's absolutely incredible, and they teach me so much on a daily basis. I have a few words. They're not eloquent, but they are heartfelt. On the 9th of November 2019, our Livingstone Shire was ravaged by out-of-control bushfires within the vicinities of Cobbraball, Bungendara, Merivale and Lake Mary. Many of those property owners are here today. You experienced firsthand the devastation of fire throughout your properties. Many lost so much that was dear to you, and we acknowledge that. As a result of this devastation, a disaster was declared by the Minister for Fire and Emergency Services for the area within the local government area of Livingstone Shire Council. At this time, I was still an officer working for council. And that Saturday evening, I put my hand up to jump in and assist at the evacuation centre, like many other dedicated staff who care for our community, and the staff are also here today. And they worked many long hours for many days on end. I spoke with many people, residents who lost homes, pets, livestock, livelihoods and equipment. And this tremendous loss stirred not a feeling of flight within our community, but one of fight. The donations of food, toiletries and necessities given by everyday mums, dads and children flooded the evacuation centre. Those that had experienced loss did not think twice to roll up your sleeves and help your neighbours. We call this resilience. I call it having the strength to fight back. We are not a community that is defeated easily. We were angry and we channeled that anger into assistance and recovery. Those of you in this hall today who are and were and are directly affected are still recovering. Your scorched land is continuing to recover. I know that the land is rejuvenating and the regrowth of trees, plants and vegetation is actually occurring even as I speak. And like us, nature takes time to fully recover. And like us, nature is resilient. Nature fights back. Even Dr. Alistair this morning advised us that nothing grows for approximately 3.5 years after a fire. You have made your land safe and reduced the fuel for future hazards and your family and your property and for your neighbours. As the portfolio holder of environment and also nursery, please do not hesitate to contact me if you need any further fire resilient plants, and we can arrange that. I want to commend you all for your strength, for your resilience, and the will to not only move forward, but to step up and make your properties even better than what they were. I commend you for your will to fight and to rebuild and recover for your children and your families. And as we know, this all takes time. It takes time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Our next speaker is Dr. John Bates. Dr. John Bates is from the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC Cooperative Research Centre. Dr. John Bates joined the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC as a Research Director in 2017, where he was responsible for managing the CRC's research and utilisation program. Prior to joining the CRC, he was the founding director of the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience. Dr. Bass has formal qualifications in health and life sciences from the University of Melbourne and has worked extensively in the development, translation and commercialisation of research in the industry and in the research sector. Dr. Bass has worked in complex environments in areas including defence, public health, animal health, transport, higher education and food in both Australia and Asia. He's an interactive volunteer in the Victorian State Emergency Services and just said before that he's off to do another exercise when he gets back with the SES, so well done. And also very much the emergency service and was the editor in chief of the Australian Journal of Emergency Management from 2018 to 2020. Welcome to the stage, Dr. John Bates. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Just before I get started, I'm just sort of listening to the conversation this morning and sort of reflecting on the topic of resilience and recovery and relief. Mitigation and resilience is really influenced by human behaviour. That's us, it's the organisations we work for, and it's the perception that we have of risk. And I don't know, did any of you watch the ABC Big Weather series? Did you remember looking at the family that were given 10 minutes to pack their car? How many people think that they could do that 10-minute thing? Or that if you needed to leave your property, you know where everything is and you can grab it? Can I, just interactive piece, how many of you reckon you can actually do that? There are some. That is impressive, but is nowhere near enough. And I guess risk perception is a really interesting thing. And I want to illustrate that just with a couple of examples. In February 2009, Saturday morning, woke up in Melbourne. It was already well into the 30s. Walked outside, my skin felt like it was all frizzling up. I stepped on the grass and it crackled. My son had to play basketball, and they didn't cancel basketball for the day, but it was 45 degrees inside. That weekend, some of our friends said, it's hot weather. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the hills. We're going to go camping because it is always colder in the hills. That was the last decision they made. They were found dead on the road, having been trapped trying to get away from the Black Saturday fires in February 2009 in Marysville in Victoria. Roll forward now to the bushfires in Black Summer. In New South Wales, there was a large fire. Many of them were out of control. The fire services were trying to control them, and backburning is one of the mechanisms they were going to use. For one fire, they were setting up to do a major backburn. They were about to ignite that fire, and someone said, there's a car parked in a car park. Someone from the community had decided that it was a good time to go for a swim and had walked into the forest to swim. That backburn never happened. We don't know whether it would have made a difference, but people are making decisions and making perceptions of risk. And in that case, that decision may or may not have cost more forest, more properties, and potentially human life. So, sorry to put a bit of a downer on the start of the conversation, but humans and human behaviour at the individual level, at the community level, at the local government level, and at the national level, I missed state government and state level, are all important in those sorts of things. So, to go on to things that are a little less unsettling. So I work for a national research centre. We've been funded since 2003 to do research into bushfires and other natural hazards. And what's important to me in the role that I have looking after a very large research program is that everything pretty much is connected to everything else. And if you start to change one thing, you need to understand what are the other things that are connected to it, because sometimes just doing something really good is not enough. Sometimes doing something good will break something else. And so it's trying to understand how all of these things fit together and what we can do to do that. And also to understand that as researchers and as the providers of research outcomes, we're not the decision makers. What we do is provide information that's used by people like Jimmy, who's going to talk after me at QRA, used by local government to inform what they do. That is our role. So off the back of the Black Summer fires, the Minister for Industry provided us with some additional funding to do research to try and understand some of what happened over that Black Summer period. And we, as a research centre for the last, it's 15 years now, that was 14 years, have done a bushfire outlook. That's where we work with the fire agencies across the country to understand what is the risk of bushfire, what is the risk of bushfire becoming dangerous across the country. And in those, you'll see the yellow patches in there is where the bushfire risk is normal. And the normal bushfire risk means that the ability of the fire and emergency services in that area, if a fire was to start, is sufficient for them to control and manage that fire. In the red patches, it means that they will need additional resources from somewhere else if a fire starts. It doesn't tell us where a fire is going to start, it just says that if it does, we need to be careful. And if you look at the period from 2013 through to 2019, there's only 1 year where that patch on the east coast of Australia is not red. So the question that I found myself asking is, what was it that made the 2019-2020 year worse than all those other years, when in 6 out of 7 of those years we'd said the same parts of Australia were at higher risk of fire? And that is challenging. And if you look at the map that's on the screen at the moment, you can see that the large chunks of the east coast of Australia that burnt are captured. Kangaroo Island is captured, and as are parts of the Adelaide Hills and over into Western Australia. So the map was reasonably close to predicting what could happen. So to start, where I thought I'd start is there are some things that have come out of research that were being used by the fire services during the 2019-20 fires that help them in understanding and managing them. The first one is a product called the Australian Exposure Information Platform, and I've just picked a little bit, got Livingstone Shire in there, and it's drawing off information that's held by Geoscience Australia over what is available in terms of information about parts of Australia. So what you basically do, on the next slide there, I drew a little shape around Yeppoon because we're here, and it will tell me, and this is just a part of the information that you can get, how many people live here, how many buildings are there, how many of those buildings are likely to contain asbestos, because asbestos is a significant issue in recovery. What is the value if we were to totally lose all of those buildings? How much would it cost to rebuild them? And the contents value. And there's a lot more information, and through the summer of 2019-20, particularly in New South Wales, the fire and emergency services were using this tool to understand what was exposed in front of the fires as they were going through, so they could get a sense of how many people, what was the age distribution of the people, were there people with disadvantage or not. So it's making information available and accessible, and the website is down the bottom there if you want to take a picture of that before the screen goes ahead. I'm sure that the council will share that if you need it afterwards. It's a freely available tool, and it's something out there that starts to give you information about what's exposed. With fire, the interaction between fire and the atmosphere is really important. And once you start to get enough energy in the fire that you influence the weather, what we've got here is a fire thunderstorm, you start to get fires that behave unexpectedly. For the 2019-20 year, some work we've been doing with the Bureau of Meteorology allowed them for the first time to be able to advise the fire and emergency services where there was a high probability that these fire thunderstorms would start. And these thunderstorms do two things particularly, but there's a third as well. I mean, the downbursts, they can be dry downbursts that give you massive winds that will cause the fire to spread erratically. And you get dry lightning, so you get more fires starting around where you're doing. So they just make the management of the fire huge. And the other thing that we worry about when the winds pick up is ember transport. And we talk often about fire and fire spread. In the summer of 2019-20 and all of the other major fires, the fire spread is typically through embers. They run ahead of the fire front, and so the fire fronts actually move a whole lot faster than people think. And in New South Wales this year, the map on my left is what they call their red map. It's what we're learning by being able to better understand and predict where fires might spread. It's using computer modelling. It really came to the fore in about 2009 and is continuing to evolve. And those red spaces on those maps are giving an indication of where the fire and emergency services believe a fire is likely to spread in the coming day. And we did some research with communities down the coast of New South Wales after the fire, and there's a commentary at the end around what that means. And it's really trying to find new and better ways to share what's happening so people can understand where fires are likely to be, what their risk is. And the commentary on the side here, in the fires up in 2018, I believe, the fire in Gracemere, the Premier of Queensland actually acknowledged the use of fire prediction software with allowing them to save the town of Gracemere, because they could predict where the fire was going to spread, so they could put defences around the town and prevent the fire from going in and damaging that. So just moving on, and I'm sure this is not something that is new to you, that fires in the landscape are not simple. That picture up there, if I'm not mistaken, is gamba grass. One of the interesting things looking at introduced species, that is an introduced species in the Northern Territory. And it's not just an invasive species. When it burns with something like 10 to 20 times the heat of native grasses. So the damage that it can cause to the environment is huge, and it's spreading. So the sorts of things that we're looking at in contributors to fire spread, there's moisture, there's the available fuel, the topography, the surface and shape of the land, the prevailing atmospheric conditions, so you've got wind, temperature, inversions. An inversion is basically where the temperature of the ground stays lower overnight and the temperature above is higher. Typically, that would slow fire progression during the night, and in extreme conditions, those things don't happen and fires can run right through the night. And wind changes are particularly challenging, and we get onto interactions between fires and the atmosphere. And I guess the best way to look at that is a fire will generate a massive amount of energy. When that gets up into the atmosphere, it's going to do something. And it's a question of what it does and how we can predict and manage those things. So one of the questions that we asked in looking at why was the period of Black Summer, as we call it, so bad? So we asked the Bureau of Meteorology and our researchers at the Australian National University to have a look at moisture in the landscape and said, what was happening? Is there anything that we can see looking back at the data that we have, some of the new approaches we've been using, that will tell us anything about what was happening in the landscape and perhaps why some of these fires spread so badly over that period of time? And if we look firstly at the rainfall over the last 100 years, and looking down the screen there are fires across 5 states. So we've got Badger Forest in New South Wales, Corryong in Northern Victoria, Kangaroo Island in South Australia, Yanchep just above Perth in Western Australia, Stanthorpe down south in Queensland, and the Orral Valley down it is southwest of Canberra. And the important thing out of this one from the data set is that Stanthorpe had the lowest rainfall on record for the last 100 years leading up to that fire. And if you look at some of the others, it looks like the Orral Valley has gone down as well. And then if we combine that with some more research that we've got that's starting to look not just at the traditional fuels that we talk about, which are the dead fuels on the ground, but we start to look at the living fuels, so the plants, the grasses and those sorts of things that are out there, and look at live fuel moisture. In Stanthorpe, what we see, I get this little pointer working, is that in the 6 months or so leading up to the start of that fire, it was the driest on record. That even the fuel that was supposed to be living, so the plants that are in our landscape and growing, are in sort of fairly significant state of stress. And you can see that as well in the Auroral fire, that there's been a period of pretty much all of 2019 that was low. Up the top in Badger Forest in New South Wales, it was drying out incredibly fast. So we're starting to see that the long-term and sustained dryness is a significant player in the risk in the environment, and it is something that is different to all the other years that we've looked at. We then looked at how we can we understand and model, using the interaction between the fire and the environment with the Bureau of Meteorology, to model those things. The slide at the moment is information that's come out of the Inspector General of Emergency Management report from Queensland, which basically looks at the Stanthorpe fire. What you've got is an ignition point up to the northwest of the town. There was a hazard reduction burn that was done adjacent to the ignition point. And the 2 pictures on the right show the one on the far left, my far left, your far right, is modelled what actually happened. So the hazard reduction burn that was done there did split the fire and did protect the land that was burnt. Had it not done that, it would have been a much larger fire. And when we look at what the Bureau of Meteorology were able to do to try and understand how all of that played out, they were reasonably able to model those things. So you might say, why are you doing that? Because we know what happened. It's really looking at the ability to explain to people that need to manage these fires what was causing it, what happened, what were the drivers of those fire behaviours so that they can use that both to predict fuel reduction activities and they can use it for fire response planning. And what was unusual in all of this one, and looking at this, if you look at the picture on your right, there's two parts to that. There's the aqua-coloured part on the right, which is the prevailing winds at the beginning that were coming from the northwest. And you can see that little red blip in the middle that looks a bit like a pair of lips with lipstick on. That was the fire spreading initially on the northwesterly wind. When the southwesterly change came through, it then pushed out to the right. And that, from the Bureau of Meteorology's perspective, looking at it, is a pattern that is typical of wind changes that we see in Victoria, but not in Queensland. So it's trying to understand where all that went. So in context, that would have been an unpredictable fire spread based on experience in Queensland. We've also been working using satellite data to try and understand, firstly, to get very quick estimations or predictions of where fires have started using satellite data at 10-minute intervals. And we've used that as another means of tracking the progression of fires. So this is using Himawari 8. It's a satellite that sits up there geostationary, so it looks down on Australia, and mapping the number of times that it says there is fire in the landscape. So it allows us to see what's going on, and it maps very closely with the traditional line scanning method. So in that map, the fire edge, the active fire edge, is generally measured by putting aircraft up into the sky, which has some risk and they can't always get up. And the black spots that are there are the satellite detections of fire. So we're starting to provide information that can come in near real time to disaster management centres, to fire and emergency services, to help them understand where a fire is and where it's going. That picture on the side is northeast Victoria, so in Gippsland. That was 6 months after the fires that went through in Black Summer. You can start to see that there is regrowth coming back. But when you look across the landscape along the Princes Highway up that side, there are some patches that are quite dead. There are some that are coming back. So we went out and we spoke and did some research with people down. It was with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, looking at people who had been living through the fires in New South Wales last year. That's available on the website. And trying to understand what happened, what they thought, what they heard, and what the behaviours. And I've just got 3 quotes out of that because they touch on some important things. The first one is about people who were going on holiday. I've got my holiday booked. There is a bushfire that's happening. There's a bushfire that's going to happen. It might be burning right now. But you know, damn it, I'm going to go on that holiday because it just won't affect me. Well, you know what? It did. And in Malakuta in Victoria, you may well have seen people that were evacuated by boat because there was no other way out of that town. People, the ability to perceive risk is challenging. If you've not experienced something, if you believe that you are invincible, and that's not, I'm not trying to mock anybody in saying that, but if you don't think it can happen to you, it's very hard to perceive that you're exposed to risk. On prolonged exposure to fire, and the difference, you know, one of the significant differences between the Black Saturday fires we experienced, very, very fast moving, very huge amount of damage, but it was all over and done and dusted for the fire in about a week, give or take. And then you come to Black Summer, where the fires went on and on and on. And some people were exposed to fire not once, not twice, but multiple times. They had warnings, they had to evacuate. My brother lives outside of Canberra, and they evacuated at least twice on the back of the fires. And I think the important part of this is the impact on mental health. And it's having to constantly be in a mode of fight or flight. It is not healthy, it's not good. Absolutely right. And it is hugely challenging as people try and understand, do I stay, do I leave? And the stories of people that have stayed to defend their properties, I don't know if you've known people that have done that in the face of a really big fire, the number of people that have said, I was ready, I was prepared, and it gets to the end, they come out the other side and they say, I wasn't prepared, I ain't going to do that again. You know, it needs to be an absolute commitment. It can't be a 99% commitment. It actually needs to be the full 100%. You need to be able to do it because it is frightening. And if you start to look at it and think through your plans, you need to say, what am I going to do if I sprain my ankle? What am I going to do if I get ash in my eye and I can't see? All of those things often don't form part of someone's emergency plan. You assume that you're going to be 100% fit and everything is going to work for you. Well, it doesn't. And it can be life-threatening. And the last one on the fire prediction map, so they were the ones that I showed you with the red line on them. And this is just giving people information, so contextualising it as much as we can, because there is an expectation that we hear back from the community often that we need to know as much information that is specific to us where I live as often and as frequently as I need it. That is challenging. But by giving those fire spread prediction maps, the red maps as they called them in New South Wales, gives people an understanding of what could happen. It's not perfect, it's not going to be right. But this, looking at the quote here from this gentleman, was basically they said the fire spread is going to go here. He observed that it was already in a certain place and he could make some inferences pretty quickly that said it's going to come where I am and I'm going to go. You know, he's being able to make those decisions. And the research that we have, and it's research that's being done out of one of the Queensland universities, is saying that you need to get the right cues, they need to line up. And if you see a fire spread map, you see that where that predicts the fire will go is where the fire's happening, you say, okay, I need to enact my plan and get out of here. And because I'm in Yeppoon, I thought I'd put this up. So this was, I don't know, do many of you know this gentleman, Bob Jaycock? You should. So we flew him down, I ran the awards that year, we flew him down to Melbourne. He had a ball. But I think, you know what, I put that up for a few reasons. One is because resilience is all about people. All of the things we're talking about is about people. And for Yeppoon, the things that you do here can make it onto the national stage. Don't be afraid to do that. And we have got, you know, in the last 3 years or so, we've done some research looking at the mental health of police, fire and emergency services. And one of the things that's in there says that the longer someone is in that environment, the more likely it is that they will be suffering from some form of mental ill health. We've got a project that's almost finished. So if any of you have younger folk that are or are thinking of becoming emergency services volunteers, it applies to older folk, but this is particularly targeting young people. We've got some research that's just about to come out looking at tools that will help to try and preserve their mental health so they don't get to that point where they need to be treated. You know, Queensland, I think, enacted presumptive legislation for firefighters around PTSD. It was in the newspaper, I think. This is about trying to stop them getting ill. So, and that applies to everybody, and the mechanisms and the ways of doing that are as appropriate to all of us as they are to young people, but particularly that's important. So that will be something that comes around relatively soon. And on that note, I will say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bates. Wonderful insight and the importance of building resilience again. I think everyone in this room knows old Bobby, and he's still a very active member of our SES even today, and very often, frequent, I do get a phone call from Bob just to remind me of a couple of things that he thinks should be done. So it's very good to still have a relationship with Bob. So we're very proud of our SES and also our rural firefighters here in Little Livingstone. Our next presentation hails from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. He will present the latest bushfire building guidelines for Queensland homes. And a little bit of a plug here. We are very proud there was only 2 small local governments involved in this project, and that was Livingstone and Scenic Rim. So thank you for reaching out, and we are very proud to be part of this project. Jimmy has extensive working knowledge with QRA, having worked in the organisation since 2012. He was QRA's General Manager Operations for 3 years, leading QRA's support of state and local governments impacted by natural disasters. Jimmy now coordinates implementation of the Queensland Strategy for Disaster Resilience. Please make him feel very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning. It's always great to get an opportunity to come to Yeppoon, and certainly on a day as fine as this. So I'm QRA's General Manager of Resilience. The team at QRA, we're responsible for coordinating resilience policy on behalf of the Queensland Government. We also coordinate the research and data requirements of QRA, and we're leading a number of key projects which is part of the implementation of the Queensland Strategy for Disaster Resilience. In fact, early next week on Monday, we'll actually be running a workshop with the council here in Livingstone, which is one of our big map exercises, which is essentially we get a big map. It measures about 10 metres by 10 metres, so it's you certainly need a special type of printer to develop it. But we found that it's a really, really good way of opening up a discussion about the landscape, particularly about flooding, about catchments, and we get the folk at the workshops to take off their shoes, walk the landscape, so to speak, and yeah, it's generally a very good exercise. So the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, we were established in 2011 in response to the statewide flood events and Tropical Cyclone Yasi. There's a few key activities that we're responsible for. Most notably is we coordinate recovery on behalf of the Queensland Government. Now, one of the key levers that we have in terms of supporting recovery is we administer the joint Commonwealth State disaster recovery funding arrangements, or what was previously known as the Natural Disaster Relief and Recovery Arrangements. And then more recently, in 2015, we took on responsibility for resilience policy on behalf of the Queensland Government, and as part of that, we implement the Queensland Strategy for Disaster Resilience. Now, in 2019, we were the only state in Australia that had a permanent recovery agency. That, of course, changed in 2019 with the significant bushfire events nationally, and now New South Wales and Victoria have both stood up permanent recovery capabilities, just as what happens in Queensland. Now, prior to those events in 2019, we were often asked, why is it that Queensland needs a permanent recovery capability here? And our answer was our lived experience. No other state experiences the frequency and severity of disasters as we do here in Queensland. More than 80 natural disaster events since 2011, and claims under the joint Commonwealth State funding program exceeding $16 billion. So very significant in terms of disaster impacts here in Queensland. We're seeing longer and more severe bushfire seasons, and certainly more extreme bushfire conditions. So managing bushfire risk is essential for Queenslanders living in areas that are prone. More recently, in 2018, in fact, in late November and early December, there were 1,250 fires across the state, with over 140 fires in central Queensland, causing real consequences for those that were living in the fire area. And then more recently, in late 2019, there were over 3,000 bushfires in Queensland, which burnt 7.7 million hectares across the state, impacting 23 communities from the far north right down to the Queensland-New South Wales border. In this region, we saw more than a dozen homes lost, and as was mentioned earlier, impacts to the primary production of approximately $18 million. QRA works very closely with the local council here, Livingstone Shire, and I'd like to commend them on their work in managing natural disasters in this area and responding to them as well. So QRA's vision is to make Queensland the most disaster resilient state in Australia. Just one example of an initiative that we have done to help achieve this vision is developing building guidance for Queensland homes to improve how we prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters, and to promote the use of resilient building design to significantly reduce the effort and time taken to return people to their homes and workplaces following natural disasters. The suite of resilient building guidance is specifically for Queensland homes and includes documents for floods, cyclones, storm tide, and bushfires. Resilient design and construction can also reduce long-term costs for homeowners associated with disaster damage and insurance premiums. It not only reduces the physical and financial costs, but also the social and emotional impact of disasters. The building guides are free and are available on the QRA website. For this presentation, I'll focus most specifically on the more recent bushfire building guideline. So QRA worked in partnership with the CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency, to develop the guideline. It was developed in collaboration with the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, Department of Housing and Public Works, Queensland Treasury, Local Government Association of Queensland, Queensland Building and Construction Commission, Queensland University of Technology, James Davidson Architect, and as was pointed out by David earlier, we certainly engaged the assistance of Scenic Rim and Livingstone Shire Council, given their lived experience of the fires. The application of the guideline will help reduce the loss of life from bushfires, reduce the impact and number of homes and buildings lost to fires, improve community resilience to bushfire events, and reduce the financial cost of recovering from bushfires and enhance the biodiversity and ecological value of Queensland. The guidelines provides innovative, practical and affordable solutions for adapting homes and gardens to be more bushfire and heat resilient. It identifies a suite of best practice building and landscaping measures using tailored site-specific solutions to adapt buildings for bushfire resilience. As a best practice document and for the benefit of property owners, this guidance goes beyond the official building regulations. Bushfire resilient building and landscape designs should be tailored to different building types and environments. Identifying which strategies are suitable for which solutions can be difficult. Therefore, we recommend following the 10 clear steps to use the guide. 1. Bushfire essentials introduce bushfire and their behaviour. An understanding of these fundamentals will facilitate a better appreciation of the various risks associated with bushfire. 2. Bushfire Survival Plan outlines how to create and maintain a bushfire survival plan so you and your family know how to respond when threatened by a bushfire. 3. Bushfire Hazard Assessment helps you to identify and understand the bushfire and non-bushfire hazards on your property. It provides information on hazards to consider when choosing a design for your house and landscape or retrofitting your home. 4. Building category. Select your project category from either building a new house or fixed structure, renovating or retrofitting an existing house or structure, landscaping the area around the new or existing house or structure. 5. Siting and site layout, the best location possible on the available land. 6. Bushfire resilient design principles for guidance related to a range of fundamental design principles. 7. Bushfire resilient construction for guidance related to a range of building design features. 8. Bushfire resilient materials. 9. Bushfire resilient landscaping for guidance on landscaping principles aimed at eliminating local bushfire hazards and reducing the intensity of bushfire attacks. And finally 10. Maintenance. The guideline identifies a suite of best practice building and landscaping measures using tailored site-specific solutions to adapt buildings for bushfire resilience. It's based on extensive research into the attack mechanisms of bushfires and the different ways that buildings and gardens may be vulnerable to these attacks. The guide provides very detailed annotated diagrams. For example, this diagram illustrates the vulnerabilities of elements surrounding the building and how they ignite and bring fire into the house. The objective of the bushfire resilient design is to reduce, eliminate or counter the effects of ember attack, radiant heat, bushfire flame front contact, surface fire, consequential fire, tree strike, wind and debris accumulation. Design principles in response to bushfire hazards, including surface fire, consequential fire, wind, radiant heat and tree strike, are outlined in the design principles table. The guide details design principles and diagrams, like the sectional house diagram shown here, for non-combustible framing for a typical new two-storey slab on-ground house and building a new raised house on a sloped site. And also for a combustible framing and cladding for retrofitting an existing Queenslander house and retrofitting an existing partly raised timber and slab on ground brick veneer house. Flowcharts outline different design and material solutions and their associated level of protection for wall systems, floor and roof systems, window and door systems, fence, and verandas, decks and carport systems. The Bushfire Resilient Construction section provides detailed diagrams of construction systems applicable to wall, floor, roof systems and verandas and decks. The details in this section refer to protection levels as there are often multiple solutions depending on the level of protection your situation requires. As per the diagram shown here, there are detailed examples of construction designs, and for further information, you can refer to the Australian standards and the National Association of Steel Framed Housing standard. A routine of regular maintenance and management is really important for all Queenslanders living in bushfire-prone areas. Guidance is provided for ongoing maintenance for general management, walls and cladding, floors and underspaces, roof and roof cavities, windows and doors, and verandas and decks. The guide details bushfire resilient landscaping for both suburban and rural properties that can be used to design or upgrade the landscape immediately surrounding the home for better bushfire outcomes. It covers garden layouts, open spaces and fuel reduction zones, plant selection and management, pathways, landforms and earthworks, fencing and garden walls, mulching, garden edges, and maintenance of vegetation management and garden waste. More recently, in response to the extreme bushfire season of 2019-20, the Australian Government established the Royal Commission of National Natural Disaster Arrangements, and they released their report in late 2020. One of the recommendations in the report was for guidance for insurer-recognised retrofitting and mitigation, which has been supported by both the Insurance Council of Australia and supported in principle by the Commonwealth Government. Certainly in the space of cyclone resilience, the application of those earlier guidelines in terms of cyclone storm tide has certainly seen measurable benefits in terms of reduced insurance premiums. Many in the room may be familiar with the Household Resilience Program that was run by the Queensland Government and jointly funded with the Commonwealth that provided funds for homes north of Bundaberg that were subject to cyclone risk, and the implementation of design principles outlined in the guidelines were recognised by the insurance industry, and we saw that those homes that participated experienced an average reduction in their insurance premiums of 8.5%. So there's certainly been some success in that field in terms of cyclone, and we're hoping to have similar success in terms of the application of this guideline. The Insurance Council of Australia and the Master Builders Association have since united to develop proposals that will help strengthen homes to communities against natural disaster. The industry groups heeded the key findings of the Royal Commission, and they are currently hosting a series of roundtable discussions to create a pathway towards national policies that improve property resilience, building standards and land use planning. The Building Stronger Homes Roundtable will enable builders and insurers to work together, harnessing industry insights from both insurance data and building experience to help map actions that can improve the resilience and insurability of existing and future Australian homes. I recently attended two of the roundtables in Canberra and Sydney, attended by industry and government, and QRA was invited to outline the guidance documents that we had prepared, and in terms of the experience that we had had in terms of benefiting insurance premium reductions across the state. The Joint Mitigation and Resilience roundtables are working to identify key national priorities for ensuring that Australian homes, apartments and social housing are resilient, secure and insurable in the long term. They are focused on the built environment and codes, the importance and structure of land use planning, current and potential mitigation and hazard reduction investment priorities, and the importance of information systems, data, and coordination. The national conversation relating to resilient housing is now moving at a fast pace, and a final report from the roundtable is due to be presented at the conclusion of this calendar year, and we look forward to following the progress with interest. We're also progressing discussions with Standards Australia to see how Queensland's building resilient guidance might be able to contribute to national technical specifications for the benefit of other states as well. So on the 5th of May, the Australian Government announced a new National Recovery and Resilience Agency to both provide relief to communities and advise it how to mitigate the impacts of future weather events. Following through on one of the recommendations of the Bushfire Royal Commission, it also received $600 million which will be used essentially to collectively increase our resilience to natural disasters moving forward. The establishment of the new agency consolidates 3 Commonwealth agencies that currently operate in the recovery and resilience space. So that's the elements of Emergency Management Australia, the North Queensland Drought and Flood Response and Recovery Agency, and the National Bushfire Recovery Agency will essentially roll into this new agency. And as part of that, the $2 billion National Bushfire Recovery Fund will be administered by this Commonwealth agency moving forward. The Australian Government also announced the creation of the Australian Climate Service, which is essentially a bring together of CSIRO, Geosciences Australia, the Bureau of Meteorology, to inform emergency management policy and inform the new agency on how funds could best be invested nationally to improve our resilience. I'd like to just show a quick case study of some other work that's happened here in Queensland by one of our insurers, Suncorp. Now, I should say that Suncorp are a sponsor of the Get Ready program, which is a Queensland Government initiative to help Queenslanders be better prepared and resilient to natural disasters. But one of the case studies that they've been working on is the One House to Save Many. You may have seen it recently in media. Essentially, Suncorp acknowledged that we can't prevent extreme weather, but we can make our homes better equipped to withstand it. With this in mind, Suncorp has been working with some of Australia's most knowledgeable and leading minds on natural disasters, home resilience, environmental and architectural best practice, including the CSIRO's Justin Leonard, who helped Queensland develop our bushfire guidance. They've set out to design, build and test a prototype house that we could all learn from. The aim of One House is to build momentum around improving building resilience and encourage homeowners, builders and institutions to view resilience as a vital consideration for home safety. So it's a short video and hopefully it will come up.
Devastating cyclones. Catastrophic floods. And fires so fierce the whole world took notice. Now as our weather becomes more extreme, we need homes as resilient as us. That's why Suncorp, with the CSIRO and James Cook University, have designed One House to Save Many. One house we can all learn from. See how it could help save yours. Building a more resilient Australia. That's the Suncorp spirit.
Yeah, so if you haven't heard of that, I encourage you to have a look. It essentially looks at what design principles can be included into your home to improve your resilience to future disasters, so it's certainly worth a look. The other element of the case study that I'd like to show is Suncorp's insurance policy essentially including resilience funding as part of a claims process. So the Build It Back Better insurance policy means that if your home is substantially damaged, they commit to rebuild it stronger with up to $10,000 worth of resilience options designed to help withstand severe weather, depending upon your level of cover, and in addition to your sum insured. This is an Australian first and something we certainly hope to see more of with other insurers moving forward. Get Ready Queensland is the program that I mentioned earlier that's sponsored by Suncorp, and it's about building our resilience to deal with the extreme weather and natural disasters that are part of living in our state. The program's administered by QRA also provides a total of $2 million across the state to help local governments improve their community's resilience. And I think you'll see outside there's also a Get Ready stand with some of the material that's available and funded through the program. Each year we have a Get Ready Queensland advertising campaign, and this year's campaign focused on 3 steps to get ready, which is preparing a household emergency plan, packing an emergency kit, and checking on your insurance. Statistics of interest following the 2018 Queensland bushfires. We had a quick look at some of the measures that Get Ready looks at in relation to those 3 things. And what we found that 60% of Agnes Water, Baffle Creek and Deepwater residents surveyed reported that in the 12 months prior to the 2018 bushfires, they had a bushfire plan in place. 48% of Ungala, Finch Hatton and Dalrymple Heights residents had a plan, and 30% of Gracemere residents had a bushfire plan in place prior to the event. In each of the study areas, at least 8 in 10 of those with a bushfire plan reported they followed the plan during the fires. And in relation to an evacuation kit, 45% of Agnes Water, Baffle Creek and Deepwater residents reported that in the 12 months prior to the fires, they had prepared an evacuation kit. And that includes such things as your insurance details, personal paperwork and documents such as wills, passports, essential medicines, clothing, toiletry and bedding. 31% of Gracemere residents and 27% of Ungala, Finch Hatton and Dalrymple Heights residents had an evacuation kit prepared. We're currently in the process of planning for the upcoming Get Ready Queensland bushfire campaign for 2021 as a call to action for Queensland homeowners, renters and business owners to check their insurance, check their insurer and/or consider changing their insurance policy to ensure they have adequate cover from damage caused by bushfire. The Get Ready Queensland Bushfire Insurance Cover campaign will specifically target the 8 local government areas impacted by the 2018 Central Queensland fires, which include Banana, Bundaberg, Central Highlands, Gladstone, Isaac, Livingstone, Mackay and Rockhampton. And QFIS, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, also have a bushfire awareness campaign that will be launching in the coming months. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today in relation to the guidance. I look forward to speaking with many of you throughout the rest of the day.
Thank you, Jimmy, and some great insight into some of the work that Queensland Reconstruction Authority has been doing. And we're very proud of our partnership with Queensland Reconstruction Authority that plays a pivotal role with us in the local disaster management group. I want to highlight a couple of things that Jimmy put up on the screen there. Since de-amalgamation, and I could go a lot further back, since de-amalgamation 2014, 7 years ago, we've had an event that has activated the local disaster management group each year since de-amalgamation. So if it's not a cyclone, it's a flood. If it's not a flood, it's been a bushfire, and of course pandemic last year. So the building of our community resilience through multiple attacks or multiple ways is very, very important. So just think about that as we're going along. If you wish more information on anything that Jimmy has spoken about, he did put his website on the screen. We've also shared that on our disaster dashboard. I have placed a card on each and every one of the table with my details. On the back of that's also our disaster management details with the address to the disaster dashboard. So please don't hesitate to have a look at that. And you can now opt in for notifications, one of our new features on the dashboard. So you will get updates on weather warnings and emergency news as they become available once we activate the Local Disaster Management Group and the LDCC, Local Disaster Coordination Centre. So moving on, our next speaker is Lou. Lou Markey is one of our members of the local disaster management group, and he's here to talk about ag margins. It's basically a support tool developed by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, which will help or assist in regards to some of that work. Lou has been with agriculture industry all his working life. In that period, Lou has worked with the Department of Agriculture and its variants in the cropping and grazing industries from the Darling and Western Downs, Western Queensland, and most recently a manager of agribusiness development in Central Queensland. His roles have included assisting businesses develop their plans for the future, as well as larger agricultural development like inputs into the development of the Rockwood Weir proposal. Lou can also discuss other decision-making support tools in the foyer during the breaks after the presentation. So please welcome Lou to the stage.
Hello, everyone here? Okay, thanks for the invitation to speak. I suppose during the Cobrable fires, I'd only just arrived in Longreach for a couple of days' work out there when I started getting text messages to say that it was turning pretty disastrous in that neck of the woods. But our department typically also does a lot of the assessment of damage through most of the disaster impacted areas. And there have been a lot of those most recently. Agricultural margins or the gross margins, who understands what a gross margin is? Get a couple? Okay. So a gross margin is basically a way of being able to compare options with options. So it is a way of trying to compare apples with oranges, and it's a way of trying to make a decision on, well, what crop do I do next? And I suppose what we saw coming out of Cobrable fires, but also out of the 2018 fires, were properties that had so much damage that they needed to make some decisions on exactly which crop to go to next. It also focuses on the variable costs, so it does have some limitations. If you've got a heap of your infrastructure developed for a particular crop, that could be one of your key limitations to making a decision to change. We have an ag margins page, which is what I'll be pointing you to here. There are quite a range of other gross margins that have been developed, and some of those sit on our website, some are not yet peer reviewed. So there has been some work done on macadamias and mangoes, for instance, which is still in the peer review process. Who's seen the Ag Margins website? Very few, okay. So Ag Margins, really easy to find, and this is the page you come up to first up. The critical point to go to is that bottom blue square on the left-hand side, and that's where you can start to do your key searches. As you can see, it's got a couple of options. So the industry that I've selected here at the moment is horticulture. What it doesn't do is it doesn't do any of the livestock options. And there are other tools that are better suited to that, things like Breed Cow and Dynama, which will take you through a whole range of opportunities to look through on what-if options. It also does field crops and it does sugarcane. Not that I expect many people to be chasing sugarcane here. We've selected, this is the list of options that it does for horticulture at the moment, and each of those will be based in a particular area because each place will have its own cross structures, and the opportunity to drop down that spreadsheet, be able to modify it to your own situation is is an option within this process. I've selected here Lockyer Valley for blueberries, and there's a couple of key areas in here. So when you're thinking about cropping, you've got your annual crops, and they're fairly simple. You plant them one year, you harvest them the same year. With your perennial crops, you've got establishment costs. So mangoes, blueberries, all of those high input crops, and perennial crops will have an initial cost first up. So when you look at the negative ag margin of just short of $100,000 per hectare, it looks a lot, and it is a lot, but that reflects the actual cost of largely the setup costs on that particular block in the Lockyer. It also shows you, I might go back to you, also for the perennial crops it'll have the age, so first year, and you can drop those down to take a look at year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you start to see quite some significant shifts as you get further progressed in the cropping system. And as you can see, the level of detail is quite significant. It tells you basically everything that you would be putting into that cropping system. It also provides you with a list of options. Now, in here I see that the blueberry yield in kilograms per bush is really, really, really low, and the high value of that, so there's some issues that would need to be resolved in discussions with the economist that actually put that one together, but we would link you in with that economist to progress your system there. And the limitations are, as you saw, there's only a few horticrops described at this stage. A range of other factors that will need to be included or considered, and that's soil suitability, availability of labour, and finances. You'll notice that for most of the areas within this particular shire, labour is not as big an issue, but certainly as you get further into the high-intensity horticulture areas, it's become a really significant issue during COVID. I'm available to show you through what we have in the foyer. I know Suzette, when she was asking what do you want to talk about, she was really keen for me to show up a soil crop suitability tool, which we've been developing, but it's not quite developed at this stage. I have a trial version that people can have a look at in the foyer with me later on during the break for the soils that have been described to that stage, which is where they've done the soil surveys. I've got questions here, but clearly that'll probably be at the forum time. So, any questions? So when the Rookwood Weir proposal was going up, we developed up a soil crop suitability tool, and what it did is it took the 1 to 100,000 scale soil survey that was done in 2001, and we mapped that out, and then we looked at each of the soil groupings, and each of those, when they were described, could say, well, what was it suited for? Was it suited for farrow irrigated cotton, or was it suited for grapes, or was it suited for citrus? And each of those lots or polygons, so they describe it as a polygon, which is an area of land that has similar soil characteristics. It would then allow you to have a look at the map, and it allowed you to understand where in the Fitzroy you could actually identify a crop that you might be interested in. So, for instance, you could turn on that layer, and you can do that within, if you do a search in the DAF website for Rookwood, you can get to that crop suitability tool. You can understand exactly what cropping options you might have on particular blocks of land, and you could actually select a portion and have an email sent through to you, which would then describe all of the cropping opportunities within that portion of land. So it's actually a really quite fun tool in that space, and it's got a lot of characteristics. And what we're trying to do is trying to get a similar style of tool so that it is able to be used across the state. So yeah, there's a couple of things in there, Leo. One is, yeah, as you get more of that mosaic description, then they'll often describe a soil as having a dominant soil type with subdominant components to it. And realistically, as you say, that's going to be really difficult to map at any scale. So that's what they'll do typically is describe it as having some limitations within the mapping. But with all of that level of mapping, it's an indicative soil type that you then need to go and do that next level of investigation on to see whether it's consistent enough for you to put in your 400 or 500 acres of whatever tree or whatever you might want to be putting in. So there are limitations, no risk on that. Yes.
We might pull up the questions there. Lou will be here during lunch and after lunch, so please have a conversation. Of course, there is the opportunity to put the questions in the bin that we will read, not throw out, for the afternoon session. So thank you very much for your time. That was awesome.
Thank you.
And once again, I do compliment Lou for the support he gives to the local disaster management group and comes to our exercises and our training. And we did one last week on hazard and risks. So again, Lou was there to show his side and his professionalism and also skills. So thank you. Our next speaker today is Michelle Hayes. Michelle is a Hort 360 facilitator with Growcom, and a special thank you to Michelle and also to Suzette for putting all this together today. So thank you very much for the hard work to get everyone together, so thank you. So Growcom is the peak industry body for commercial production of horticulture in Queensland. She is an extension and facilitation professional with experience in agriculture, natural resource management and environment in the last 20 years. Michelle has worked in the regional and rural areas throughout New South Wales and Queensland, working with and supporting prime producers, community groups, industry and government in various capacities. Michelle has been with Growcom since 2018 and is based in Bundaberg, soon to be Yeppoon if we can get our way, to assist growers in the Burnett, Mary and Fitzroy regions of the Great Barrier Reef catchment area. She enjoys talking to people a lot, and today's presentation involves examples in practice of the Growcom Central Queensland Bushfire Recovery, Preparedness and Resilience in Horticultural Project. Please make her very welcome. Thank you.
Yes, I am from Bundaberg. This is just to settle my nerves. No, this is a special bottle of rum. Gosh, that's a tough gig to follow, Lou. And we've all been sitting down, so I think I've got the toughest spot just before lunch. So if you feel like you need to stand up and stretch your legs, please do so. No? So it's Michelle Haase. I tell my growers Haase as in kamikaze, not Haas as in ass or Haas as in arse. So yes, I'm with Growcom and we are the peak industry body for horticulture in Queensland. And we provide a range of services to our industry, including workplace and labour information and advice to our members, advocacy, but also we run some flagship programs such as InfoPest, Fair Farms and Hort 360, which is a best management practice program for horticulture. Now that is the space that I usually gravitate in, and because we're in the Great Barrier Reef catchment, that is my main remit is to work with horticulture producers to assist them in making changes on farm that contribute to improvements in reef water quality. But we also play a role in disaster recovery as they emerge. So we often will have a person following a cyclone working in that area with horticulture producers, or floods, or even when there are food tampering incidences, and so a particular industry such as the strawberry industry, we had a strawberry recovery officer working for a while. People that don't work in the horticulture industry think that's hilarious, that someone can be a strawberry recovery officer. How are you going today, Strawberry? I'm good, thanks. So, at the risk of boring you to tears with more spreadsheets and facts and figures, what you're looking at here is an indication of the value of fruit and vegetable production in the Livingstone Shire Council, so the percentage of the total value of agriculture in the Livingstone Shire Council. So it's a little bit tricky to understand, and I had a bit of a moment last night where I thought I didn't understand the graph, but basically this figure here, where's the pointer? The long line, the dark long line against pineapples is 6.9%. So pineapples contribute to the agricultural value within Livingstone Shire Council by 6.9%. Now, to put that into context, and by comparison, pineapples in the Sunshine Coast Council contribute 3%. The total agricultural value of Livingstone Shire Council is in the order of $88 million, and horticulture alone contributes $19.3 million. That's a quarter of the agricultural value. So Livingstone Shire Council is, highly diverse in the variety of commodities that it grows. And it's a very important industry to the economy in this shire. There are approximately 34 commercial horticulture growers in the region, and they create 150 full-time jobs. This is my last stats and facts, I promise. The reason I'm showing this one is I just want you to have a look at the hectares. So while we contribute to a quarter of the agricultural value of the Shire, combined, our footprint is very small. Our footprint is only 2,000 hectares, 2,068 hectares. So we have a very small footprint. So it's a very valuable, not necessarily intensive, but it's a valuable industry in a small area. Dr. John Bates talked about the summer of bushfires, but basically what we saw and what we heard from within our industry was these messages of unprecedented bushfires, longest drought on record, and unprecedented heat waves. So it wasn't necessarily that quote there from David Nicoletti from Nicoletti Orchards down near Stanthorpe. He said to me, Michelle, it wasn't just the drought, and it wasn't even the bushfires, it was the heat wave. We just have never had that level of heat for such a long period of times, and our plants suffered. This is just a little bit of a snapshot which demonstrates the extent of impacts on horticulture and why it is a little bit different to other agricultural industries like cropping and cattle. Because not only do the horticulture growers lose their productive trees and plants, but they also lose their infrastructure. And then it's not just flames, there is the crop affected by smoke. And then the recovery phase as well can take months while trying to keep water up, getting water restored, getting irrigation back up so that you can water, trying to keep those plants going. And then also, being able to access skilled workforce and being able to have infrastructure that supports the workers. And so there's a significant loss of livelihood for at least 2 years in the pineapple industry because, but for many more years for those permanent tree crop growers. So the bushfire impact specifically on horticulture in the 2019 Cobberbull bushfires was in the order of over $10 million. This table here, Lou Markey provided to me, and it shows you the horticulture losses by commodity. So very significant, over $6 million in pineapples alone. That's a huge loss to our industry. While the hectares is not high, as I said, as I demonstrated before, it's not about the area, it's the value of those commodities on there. And the re-establishment costs of re-establishing those orchards are upwards of $28,000 per hectare. So at the lower end in banana re-establishment, we're looking at around $28,000 per hectare, but for other tree orchards, it was as high as $44,000 per hectare. One of the most difficult parts of this for our growers is that those trees is not an eligible component when seeking funding to rebuild. So infrastructure is covered, so that's irrigation and fences and netting, but the trees are not covered. And so that is a significant problem for our industry and something which needs to be addressed. So what did we do about this? We were able to secure some funding from the Queensland and Australian government, and we thought we'd run a bit of a pilot project using lessons learned and so forth from this region. The project, in a nutshell, is a community forum. So this is the community forum, and we worked with Livingstone Shire Council to do this. And I have to say, I did very little of the planning for this, but I think that the staff involved have done a wonderful job. So can you please put your hands together for them? We also are running some workshops for our horticulture growers specifically, but also we contracted Capricorn catchments to engage those peri-urban residents or lifestylers or so forth, because it was this lack of understanding by people who have made this decision. They want to live in a rural area, and they love habitat and wildlife, and I mean, who doesn't? We all do. But there was lack of recognition that by them not carrying out proper hazard reduction, they're risking loss of livelihood of their neighbouring horticulture grower. We were also going to establish a toolkit specific to horticulture. We've done these before for flood toolkits and other natural disasters, and also create some video tutorials. This is because not everybody learns by reading. Literacy remains a challenge, and so we're putting together some videos to assist people with learning. We're also running a bus trip, and originally that was going to be down to Batlow, a grower delegation, but COVID at the time, I naively thought that this was a passing thing, but so instead we're going to Stanthorpe, and so that's a 5-day bus trip for growers only, and me. And we're going to be talking to those growers impacted by those heat waves, bushfires and so forth. When we were having these conversations and interviews with the growers, we asked them some key questions. We asked them, what did you observe in your plant and your orchard? What worked, what didn't? What would you do again? What would you do differently, or would you do anything differently? And so we have compiled all that information as best way we can into a kit, and we've tried to capture it in some of our videos. What we are not in a position to be able to do, though, within this project, is to shine light on some key policy and management systems. And these key issues are the communications and warnings provided to people during the crisis were incorrect at times or too slow. So people were receiving SMS messages as many as 12 hours after the event. So the second issue is the pace of funding to assist people in recovering. When I was plotting out the timeline, it took 9 weeks for the funding to be officially approved, that it was actually an emergency. Now, I have been told that that is quite quick. I don't know about you, but if I was in limbo for 9 weeks with no livelihood and not knowing what I was eligible for and what I was not eligible for to replace, I would be probably pretty desperately anxious and worrying. So that is a real issue. Guidelines around the certainty about what is eligible and isn't. This changes depending on the disaster, if it's a cyclone, if it's a flood, or if it's a bushfire. So there's a lot of uncertainty what a farmer is facing when they're having to recover from an event like this. The fourth one is clarity around the vegetation management legislation, the emergency hazard regulations, and soon to be introduced reef regulations. They're administered by different departments, and how are they interacting? One of the previous speakers was talking about the vegetation management alone, and this is what I heard. It was a good presentation, but I take off my facilitator hat and I put on my farmer hat, and this is what I heard. declarations, exemptions, schedules, categories, subcategories, Vegetation Management Act, Fire and Emergency Act, and the local government have their own vegetation management rules, regional ecosystems, bioregions, routine management, essential management, 10 metres, 15 metres, 2 hectares. So, and then the fifth one is just general compassion and understanding. My husband, who I love dearly, he's a school teacher, but he complains about the size of the cos lettuces currently available in Gatton. I mean, is he living under a rock? They have no water. You know, so just a little, and I have a personal experience as well. My mum and dad had an avocado orchard, and to this day, I can't bring myself to pay $3 for an avocado, knowing that they were getting 25 cents. But people seem to have this perception that horticulture growers are rolling in money. Anyway, moving right along. So yes, our online video tutorials. Those are going to be on plant physiology and responses to bushfire, which Kerry Walsh is our talent for that video. Preparing your orchard and lessons learned, and David Groves graciously gave up his time to be interviewed for that, and we can have a sneak peek at that. Preparing your rural home, which Lindy Scott helped us with, and restoring soil health following bushfire. We might do that, we're just not sure yet. It'll kind of depend on the budget in the end. We'll see what washes out. We already do have some videos on soil health already, so it may not be necessary to replicate that. So before we go on to our video, I just wanted to acknowledge all of the people that have given up their time and offered me far too many home-cooked pikelets and scones, which I just adore. So please, all those landholders and the department and Lindy Scott, yes, on that note, my bottle of rum. So this is a special edition of Bushfire Regeneration Rum, and 100% of profits will go to after the devastating fires. We've lost precious bushland and over 1 billion animals. So this is a gift for someone who has really assisted me throughout the whole project, and that's Lindy Scott from Livingstone Shire Council. This is for you. And to the man behind the room, press play. Enjoy.
Carambolas, like starfruit, locusts and dragon fruit. Every year we mow everything sort of mid to late winter, just before it gets dangerous to be slashing. So all the grass in a row is mowed. Under the trees is still heavily mulched. We can't do anything about that. It's just good practice to keep your soil biology, and you hope like hell you don't get a fire in here. On vacant land, where it's flat enough, we cut and bale hay so that it's just basically stubble. It doesn't burn very well. And then where it's too steep, you know, we do mosaic burning of the hilltops and the bush. We graze, and we just don't let the place get too feral, so if a fire does get in, you've got some chance of putting it out again. I was very lucky to be listening to the Country Hour a week or two before our big fire, and I was talking to someone in the Granite Belt who went through a bad fire, and he moved all his tractors and machinery out into a field, and I never would have thought of that, so that's what we did too. We had a ploughed paddock, and in the hours that we had before the fire came, we moved all of our tractors and our side-by-sides and our utes out into that ploughed field apart from each other in case one did catch fire, it wouldn't burn the rest. So that way, I hope, you know, if your shed does catch fire, you've got a chance of putting it out and you don't lose all your gear. We moved all our gas bottles and petrol containers and things into another fallow paddock. We blew leaves out of sheds, we raced around in circles, we, you know, moved the mats off the verandas and turned sprinklers on around the houses. But main thing was also preparing our firefighting units. So we had the 2 utes with the slip-ons, both full of water and full of fuel and ready to go. We had tractors with tanks, and all of that. Like a tractor and a sprayer is a help, but it's nothing like a proper firefighting unit. At least with the 2 utes, we could defend the 2 properties, which was something we've never thought about before. You know, all the fires we've seen here before that one are a few hundred or a few thousand hectares. This one, you know, it went 14 Ks in 7 hours. So suddenly we had an issue at both properties at the same time, rather than having to just defend one place. We knew we'd be without power in a major fire, and we've got backup generators and all that sort of stuff. But some of our bore pumps aren't anywhere near a generator, you know. So we've since fitted up the ability to move a portable generator and have the plug so you can turn on bores in different parts of the farm. Mainly for watering trees as well, because it was 4 days before the power came back on. It was still very hot and dry, and we had our entire crop hanging in the sun with no water. There was a few things that, you know, we learned from it that I would certainly recommend other people might try. First of all, absolutely buy or build your own firefighting equipment. There were nowhere near enough yellow trucks. And the thing about the yellow trucks is, rightly or wrongly, defend houses and sheds. It's the only things on the farm that should. All right, so if you want to defend your orchard, you really need your own capabilities. You can build something quite cheaply with just an ICB and a trailer with a pump and a hose, or you can buy a slip-on, which is a little dearer, but it's very tidy and works really well. 1,000 litres in a ute with a hose hanging out the driver's window. One man is, I reckon, nearly as effective as a 3-person fire truck. So, and you're quicker, you're more nimble, you're not towing trailers in narrow paths trying to do a 3-point turn to get out of somewhere. Probably secondly, just do everything you can to manage your surroundings. So mow the grass before the dry season gets too dry in your orchard. Maintain any vacant land that you have by mowing, or grazing, or burning. Roadsides are a really important one, so try and get your fire brigade on side to get some controlled burns happening along the roadsides. Try and maintain your surroundings if at all you can. Talk to neighbours about fire break and community sort of strategies. And lastly, I'd highly suggest you join your local fire brigade if you haven't already. There's never, ever an obligation to be in the truck defending someone else's property if your own is under threat. You can always leave to defend your own place. So but what you will get is all the training you want and plenty of experience with fire and a network. So our shed has 1 truck, 3 people can be in that truck, but there's a dozen other capable people. And so we had 3 or 4 other people in the brigade who had their own appliances out and were helping us fighting the fire to defend us and a couple of neighbours where there were no houses and there were no yellow trucks. We might be looking at a different picture on our other farm if I didn't have those neighbours helping me on a bush track to keep the fire where it meant to be.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mel, and your honesty and passion. That was quite inspirational as well. And for those who haven't met the Brooks family and David, he's just there. His autograph booth is at the back there. Please don't hesitate. All jokes aside, David's been very pivotal in conversations out pre-fires and after fire. So I want to thank you very much for your contribution to resilience as well. So believe it or not, we've caught up some time, so we're ahead of schedule. So next up on the agenda is lunch. So lunch is being set up at the moment, but take the next 10 minutes or so while lunch is being set up just to go and have a look at some of the exhibitors out there. Have a yarn between yourselves, stretch your legs, etc. And by all means, see you back here at 1:15. Thank you very much for this morning. Well done. Okay, can we all start making our way back into the auditorium, please, for the afternoon session? Okay, welcome back everybody to the afternoon session. I really hope everybody enjoyed your lunch. Is Emily around? Emily from Waterfront, where are you? Oz Kitchen. I hope she can hear, but yeah, please bring her in if you wouldn't mind, Suze. So it's a pretty full-on afternoon session here and a really good couple of conversations coming up about community support and community and building community resilience individually and, of course, with friends and community. Whilst we're getting Emily in the room, next guest, and without preempting it too much, is I am very, very honoured to introduce, and they are very pivotal in what we've done in recovery with us here at Livingstone Shire. So I do apologise now that I'll probably crack up when I talk about these two, but their role has been amazing. So I'll park that for now while I recompose myself, and then I'll get Emily into the room, wherever she may be. So it's important when we pull off some of these activities that there is many players that make it possible, from all the conversations, the meetings, the Zooms nowadays, but importantly to make you feel welcome, fed and watered. So a very special thank you, and I wouldn't mind everyone putting their hands together for the Waterfront Restaurant. So at the back there, thank you very much. So yeah, you've still got afternoon tea to come as well. So thank you very much, and we've really appreciated what you've done for us today. So I do have another apology. Geez, I'm full of it today. Allegedly, there's no allegedly, so I looked at recording, I called David Brooks and not Crow. So some people picked it up, some people didn't, so I apologise, and I'm blaming this. So it was because I was focused on that I actually had that slip-up. So I'm confiscating that because it's actually a distraction, and I'll be looking after that for the rest of the afternoon. So we're going to talk about a little bit this afternoon about the recovery phase of the 2019 Cobberell bushfires. It always brings in the best and the worst of our community, and I'm happy to say here in Livingstone it brought out 99.9% of the best. What we do, or what we like to see in resilience in a community, is community leading recovery and community supporting the community through recovery and through established entities that are already in there. Whether you know or not, we have formed after 2015 Cyclone Marcia the recovery task forces. The recovery task forces are based on the pillars of recovery. They include human, social, economic, natural, and of course the built or infrastructure environment. Our human, social, community development has a lot of players in there, and a lot of our volunteer groups. Yes, we know about the SES, the Rural Fire Brigades, but the Lions, the Rotarians, Salvation Army, etc. John and Estelle are here representing the Lions Club today, and they played an absolute pivotal role in the support for our community, but also recovering in the immediate relief aspect, and then after that in regards to the recovery short-term, medium-term, and still today working with our community. They were the conduits between us at the local disaster management group through our recovery task forces, but also could get in there and look at the things that couldn't be supported through the current funding arrangements. Without them and the support from other volunteer organisations, we wouldn't be as functional and resilience building as we are today. So without any further ado, welcome to our Livingstone Shire Australians of the Year, Estelle and John Lindsay. Or well, at least one of you, because one drew the short straw apparently.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, David, for those kind words. I have been asked by Council to give a brief overview of Yeppoon Lions Club's commitment to the bushfire recovery. So just a very brief précis of what we've achieved to date, and it is still ongoing. The club assisted with the set-up and takedown of the facilities at the Fire Control Centre and provided our catering van to the caterers. Club members manned this site for the duration of the fire from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. daily. The club formed a Bushfire Disaster Recovery Committee and appointed Estelle and I to deal face-to-face with victims and to distribute funds where we identified the needs. To date, Yeppoon Lions Club has distributed $110,000, including a $50,000 grant that I received from Australian Lions Foundation to fire victims, covering the following jobs that we've completed. Initially, when the fire broke out, we provided 60 gift cards to the value of $150 each, which were posted out to victims. Kitchen and bathroom fittings donated by Reese Plumbing Yeppoon to Yeppoon Lions Club were distributed to fire victims. We provided 13 20-foot shipping containers, which were permanently donated to residents who lost or had their homes severely damaged. We had professionals clean fire retardant from roofs and from water tanks. We replaced many water tanks. We provided over 150,000 litres of drinking water. We funded property cleanups with local contractors, and then we launched Project Phoenix, where we provided a $2,000 gift certificate to victims who elected to rebuild to allow them to purchase essential items to assist them. We engaged 6 local business houses to take part in this project to ensure that funds were spent locally. We currently have a small number of jobs awaiting completion, and we have funds on hand to meet these jobs. All jobs completed were invoiced to our Lions Club for payment. So what did Yeppoon Lions learn from this disaster? What worked well? A small team to deal face-to-face on property with fire victims. We have visited a number of them on a number of occasions. Being able to make decisions and give commitments to fire victims on the spot, with no paperwork. Maintaining a follow-up call program to check on their welfare. And there are many hugs and hugs. Thankfully, my wife was with me. And what can we as a Lions Club do better? I believe we must promote our intentions to carry out disaster recovery efforts by ensuring that the public is aware that 100% of funds donated by the public to Lions Clubs is distributed by Lions on the ground without any cost being deducted. With public donations, we can do so much more. With any disaster, there is always the financial loss to come to terms with. This can, in time, be resolved with insurance and donations, etc. But the emotional support shown to fire victims in the early stages of the disaster that may contribute to their resilience to get on with life and get the job done. I'd like to think that the Yeppoon Lions Club, by its actions, supplied some of that emotional support to our residents. Thank you. Now, it's my pleasure this afternoon to introduce our next guest speaker, Shane Webke. And I was driving here this morning and I thought, the Broncos have got a new CEO. And I thought, wonder what the CEO would say in an email he would send to Shane. I think it would be like this: Dear Shane, help. Okay. Shane Webke is a farmer, a family man, a businessman, author, news presenter, safety ambassador, speaker and former professional footballer. Shane represented Queensland on 24 occasions and represented Australia in 26 tests. He played for the Brisbane Broncos 12 years and was named Daily M Prop of the year on 3 occasions. Shane has taken his work ethics from the football field to his farm in southern Queensland, where he balances his family life with his wife and 3 children and his professional career now behind the news desk at Channel 7. Tragically, Shane's father was killed in a Queensland workplace incident in 1994. Shane's direct experience with the horrific outcome of his father's workplace fatality has led him to his role as a safety ambassador. He shares his message in the hope that it will motivate others to put safety first always. Shane Webke is a Bronco through and through and has a few tales to tell about football life, retirement and managing a farm through drought and remaining grounded through it all by COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shane to the podium.
Thank you.
Wow. I was looking around the participants, and I was really keen to see how enthralled, and can I say, Shane, they were very enthralled. I think there's a few tears, lots of laughter. So if you think about what we're here today is to discuss resilience, I think we've had a pretty good example, and hats off to your mother. And also thank you, John and Lindsay, very important. And I've got a gift for you as well, so I'll just give you that very soon. We've got the next couple of speakers are very proud to say are part of my team and also part of building resilience both in the environmental world through our task forces and also through our bushfire. And very thank you to State and Federal for assisting us in this position. So I would now ask Lisa and Linda to come to the stage and have a bit of a conversation about our body of work. So thank you very much. And also a reminder that throughout this session this afternoon tea is served. So if you're not full from lunch, please go out there and help yourself throughout the next few presentations. So I think you're first, Lindy, or is it Lisa? Come on up. And you don't get it. And unless you give me a rum, you're not getting it.
Hello everyone, my name's Lindy Scott and I'm the Bushfire Resilience Officer for Livingstone. I started in March of 2020 and my role is a Category C funded role, which means I have to thank both the state and federal government for their funding to support my role. I came into a wonderful team at the Disaster Hub and really have to thank those team members for making me so welcome, and 12 months into the job, it's an awesome team to work for or work with. So my primary job was to develop a bushfire management plan for the Shire, which is a sub-plan to the local disaster management plan. And through that process, we figured out that we just didn't need a plan, that we needed an operational plan as well. So we set up a hazard and risk assessment process to assess our council-owned parcels of land and have been well into the process of applying strategies to those high-risk and strategic parcels of land that council is either owns or is trustee for. We've done a lot of work through the first 12 months there, participated in a lot of workshops, and did a fair bit to support our emergency services and our volunteer emergency services throughout the Shire. And they've helped us and we're hopefully helping them. And some of that is through upgrades to our water network with water availability, additional hydrants. And one example of that, and we just had feedback from one brigade this week, and an upgrade to a water hydrant in their area is cutting their turnaround time to and from a high-risk area in their brigade by half. So I'm very proud to be delivering some of those outcomes for our very hard-working emergency service volunteers. We're also looking at what different funding opportunities are out there to help further support those avenues, so within upgrades to the network and support equipment. So we've been told that a decision is imminent and we should hear something about those in the coming week. We've also taken an active role to further support some of those volunteers in helping to support two of our local volunteer in emergency services to attend a volunteer leadership program that is run by the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience in Townsville. So those opportunities will be coming out soon for those people to put their nominations in through QFES for those opportunities. Through our community engagement throughout the year, we've been spreading QFES's Prepare, Act, Survive messaging and encouraging people to have a bushfire survival plan. I was also one of those landowners that experienced Cobbleball fire, and it's put me in a pretty unique position to be able to pass on some of that information
to our community in how quickly those fires can arrive on your doorstep, and that having a plan is essential to be able to survive those experiences. We've got some really good workshop opportunities coming up. I think Lisa's going to touch on the property planning workshops that we've already run, but we will have some of those coming up. They will start on the 30th of June, and there's some dates outside on some call flute signs and a registration form for expression of interest at the Cap Catchments stall and at the Livingstone disaster management stall. So we're really fortunate to partner up with Cap Catchments to deliver that training. In addition to those, we'll have a series of resourceful recovery workshops really aimed at supporting that fire-affected community and giving them some opportunities. And one example of that is a welding workshop. We're going over some of those details with Yeppoon State High School at the moment, and that'll be coming up in the coming months. The last workshop opportunity is a technology workshop, and assisting those landowners to be able to, or our residents in general, to be able to put their important information on a flash drive and have that stored for them to be able to evacuate in a hurry. And we have a roadside trial program that I'm sure Lisa will go into depth with the Environmental Task Force. And that's a program that we're looking at those high biomass exotic grass fuel loads on our roadsides and different methods in how we can manage those. If anyone's got any questions, please don't hesitate to approach me. We've got some customer request forms outside. That's the process through which we log all your concerns, and we can follow up on it come Monday, and it can get sent to the relevant department. And please feel free to come see us at the stall outside. We've got a tablet with us. We can show you our disaster dashboard and show you how to navigate around that. Some really good information and a really good one-stop shop for emergency information. I'll hand over to Lise, who I think is going to talk a little bit about our environmental task force. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Lisa Childs. I work for Livingstone Shire Council as the Coordinator for Natural Resource Management. Thank you all for being here. It's been a great day so far, and I hope you're all getting lots out of it. It's a great thing to be working in this space. I really appreciate the leadership that Dave Mazzafari provides in the disaster management space, and have a great role in chairing the Environment and Regulatory Task Force, which sits under the local disaster management group. Now, this task force only operates due to the people that come along and help us with that process. So I really appreciate the agencies, the volunteers, the community groups that come along and support building resilience in Livingstone Shire. And many of those people have either spoken today or are in the audience, so thank you again. Some of the things we've been working on with Lindy's help is mitigation activities to reduce risk from bushfire. Natural resource management has a pretty big role to play in understanding our bushland, but also some of the other vegetation types and the weed management issues associated with that bushfire mitigation. We've been really fortunate to receive funding for disaster recovery and resilience work, and this has really been incredibly important. We're essentially a huge shire with a small population and a small rate base. So again, I thank the QRA and other funding bodies who have come in to support us, because we do need that financial support. One of the things we've been doing is working with landowners for bushfire planning on properties. So we've run workshops at the Caves and at Byfield to date. That's been a fantastic opportunity to engage with the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. They're a community-based group that's been operating for about 20 years in Queensland, mainly in the southeast, but they've got a lot of good information to share, and their website is a wealth of information, so don't hesitate to look there. I also do a lot of engagement with landowners, so clearing and revegetation advice. Now, it's been noted how much jargon and how much complication there is around vegetation regulation. So myself and also Philip, who spoke earlier, we're very willing to work with people one-on-one. So if you have any concerns, you need questions about your property, come to us, ask those questions. Don't hesitate. We've got information out on our stall, so come and see us, make an appointment. We come to your farm. We'll assist in whatever way we can. We have a project coming up, Bushfire Recovery for Wildlife and Habitat. It's federal government funding. It's the first funding we've had that actually relates to wildlife and vegetation. It's going to be an opportunity for us to work with people who were affected by the fire. So we really hope over the next 14 months or so that we might engage directly with all the landowners affected and also provide them with opportunities of how they can move forward on their properties, but also what council can do on the council-owned land within that fire scar area. So looking forward to that. I won't talk too much at detail because I know we're a bit behind time, but happy to chat with anyone out in the foyer, and my contact details are there, so in the future, have any questions, please contact us. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindy and Lisa. I'm very fortunate to have them as part of our team and the overarching building resilience across a whole holistic approach to our community. So very, very well done, both of you. Our next speaker, I've just missed a page here. I was actually quite, I'm still reflecting on some of the words that Shane said, actually. I think it's going to remain in here for quite a lengthy period of time. So one of the highlights for me was what Shane was said over the last period of time. So I was very more than happy to leave that to continue as long as it needed to, because I think we're all going to take something home from that conversation. So our next speaker is Kerry Battersby. Do you like how I did that to try to find my space? That was all deliberate. Kerry Battersby joins us today from the Queensland Farmers Federation. Kerry is a member of the Crop Insurance Research Program led by the University of Southern Queensland and funded through Queensland Government's Drought and Climate Adaptation Program. Kerry also participates in the Department of Agricultural Drought Industry Coordination Group and the Drought Reform Working Group. Kerry lives in the Lockyer Valley, west of Brisbane, and is personally familiar with the hazards of drought, fire and flood. Welcome to the stage.
Dave, I just wanted to say to you, thank you for today. The work that you and your team is doing is valuable, and I think it's heartfelt. I have no answers today. I'm just going to ask the question, what if? What if we could do things differently? Because hindsight is a wonderful curse. What if you could change things before the fire? What if you could put in risk mitigation activities, change circumstances, change your approach to your property? What if you could change what you were doing and the response to the fire? Gee, we're a humble lot. Who has said this in their life when they've faced a catastrophe, a bushfire, a hailstorm, or indeed Cyclone Marcia? That's all right, we've been through this before. She'll be right. I love that one. There's always someone else worse off than me. Who said that? Who said that? Oh, I have. I mean, I live in Lockyer Valley. We went through the flood. We've been through a grass fire in Laidley last year. We've been through drought, 6 years of drought. I live on a property. We destocked 2 years ago this month, and it's been horrific. So who said that sort of thing in their own life? Because we're all humble. We all look after our own family, our own selves, our own business, our own property. We look after our own community. There are councillors here, there are staff members here who have responsibilities to the community. There are DAF officers, there are industry recovery officers, everyone who works in GrowCom, everyone who works at QFF, everyone who works at nursery and garden industry. Any industry association has a responsibility not only to themselves, but to the community that they represent. It's more than a job. But, you know, this is the response we make, isn't it? We've been through this before. She'll be right. And there's always someone else worse off than us. So there's two things I'm going to talk about today. One is crop insurance, and please don't fall asleep. The other thing I'm going to talk about is the QFF Industry Support Network, and it's very relevant to what we've been talking about today, and it's something that's fairly new that we've been working on. So let's get through quickly the types of insurance that we all know and love. So the type of insurance that we're working on and talking about today is the farm, crop and livestock insurance. So on the screen are the other types of insurance that we're all familiar with, but we're looking at crop insurance in this particular project. Now, for those who are in DAF or in government agencies, this crop insurance project is part of the DCAP program. So just to give you context, and that's run by Neil Cliff through Department of Agriculture. So what am I talking about? Okay, so in conjunction with the University of Southern Queensland and a insurance brokerage firm called Willis Towers Watson, Queensland Farmers Federation has been looking at a different way to approach crop insurance. Because you can't get it. You can't get it for hail, you can't get it for cyclone, and you can't get it if you're north of a certain point in Queensland. So after Cyclone Debbie, we went and looked at how to look at this differently. And we came up with a parametric solution, and we used cyclones as the first example. But it can be applied to rainfall measurements, it can be applied to hail, it can be applied to a multitude of factors. And it's fairly new to agriculture, and it's certainly new in Australia. But here's how it works. Parametric solutions. It's an index, it's a parameter. So what we're talking about here is, for example, let's look at Cyclone Marcia. Who was impacted by Cyclone Marcia? Okay, who's still recovering from Cyclone Marcia? So if, for example, you had an indemnification zone, so the big circle on the side of the screen, if your farm is in some point in that space and the cyclone track, as determined by the Bureau of Meteorology, falls within that indemnification zone, if you've signed up and purchased the insurance and paid your premium, you get a payout. So what? How is that different? Well, the difference is that you can determine the payout. So through your own knowledge of your property and through your experiences and any scientific research that you're doing on your property, you will know what your loss is. It might be $250,000, but let's say, for example, you want a $100,000 payout if you get impacted by, say, a Category 3 and above cyclone. But let's say the indemnification zone is, let's say there's a 50-kilometre circle around that track and you happen to fall. So if you fall within that 50-kilometre zone, you get paid out. Does that make sense? No questions asked. If you paid your premium and you fall within that zone and you meet the parameters of the index being a cyclone of Category 3 and above, you get paid. Well, how's that anything different to other insurance? Well, one, you've got it. But there's at least 6 benefits for primary producers. So we'll go through the first 3. So this cyclone track of Cyclone Debbie when it hit Airlie Beach. But what you get paid out is what you purchased. So if you said you want $100,000 worth of coverage, that's what you get. No exclusions, no ambiguity, no lengthy loss adjustment process. There's flexibility in the policies. Now, usually, it's designed so that it's there so that you can identify your main risk, your exposures, and look at your risk mitigation of your farm in a new way. So if there's no loss assessment process, what happens? You get paid out, usually within 14 days. Now, if you went through Cyclone Marcia and you got a payout 14 days after the event had been, researched by the insurance firm and said, okay, yep, you're in the indemnification zone, you've paid your premium, you get your payout. No visit by the loss assessor wearing their patent leather shoes, no visit, no questions asked. You've paid your premium, you get your payout. What would life look like in recovery and that initial response phase if you had money in the bank based on what you'd bought in your insurance? So just think about that. So what if? How would life be different for you? Would you be looking and relying on the government Category C, Category D activation of $25,000 or so? Would you be desperately, burning up your credit cards? How would life be different if you could get a payout within that time frame? So there's flexibility in the policies, there's flexibility in the structure. You can sign up ideally for 12 months or more, but it's an annual arrangement and the claims are settled quickly. So there's some benefits to primary producers in all of this. So what we've been looking at and working with USQ and Willis Towers Watson is to track cyclones and then do some case studies. So we've done some case studies, especially for sugarcane farmers around Mackay and further north. So we're looking at, okay, we look at the tracks, we look at the payouts, we look at the premiums. What do you get? What do you have to pay? Now, those are still being massaged in terms of the premiums, because I know what your question will be is, okay, yeah, I want $250,000 worth of cover. What's it going to cost me? It could be $3,000, it could be $5,000, it could be $6,000. It depends. It is flexible enough to be personalised and customised to your circumstances. So you've got to weigh up and see if this is right for you. So you know your risks. So this is a risk mitigation exercise. And that's a great term, but that's what we're looking at. It's to enable you to have control over where you put your risk factors and what payout you receive to enable you to get back into business quicker. Because the whole intent of this is to ensure that the disruptions that occur through cyclones, through bushfires, through all the natural hazards that we're facing are mitigated. They're minimised. We don't want these big peaks and troughs of business. We're trying to run businesses here. We're trying to run cattle stations. We're trying to run horticultural businesses. And hats off to Growcom for the work that they're doing, especially for the work that Michelle's doing. We're trying to mitigate your risk. So if you know what your main risk is, you can insure against it. So this is all about managing your own risks. So let's go back to, and you can ask me questions about this later, and we've got some brochures on the QFF table outside. So let's go back to the original question. What if you could change circumstances? What if you could do something differently before the bushfires impacted? What if you could do something differently before Cyclone Marcia hit? But more importantly, what if you could just sit and watch the sunrise? Who would miss you if you just sat and watched the sunrise and then sat and watched the sun for the rest of the day and didn't do anything? Who's ever felt like they really want to get away from it all? I came to Yeppoon from Lockyer Valley, so it's all right. But what if you just sat and watched the sunrise? That's the sunrise from our place the other day. So yeah, we had a bit of low mist in the area. What if you could just sleep like a dog all day long? But we can't, can we? We've got farms to run, we've got insurance claims to make, we've got Q-rider forms to fill out, we've got production to do, we've got staff to pay, we've got farms to run, we've got work to do every single day, 7 days a week. And for you to come here today, I know that there is something you are missing out on doing. So we really appreciate you coming today. But what if you could just... Have you ever felt that way? Who's felt that way? They just want to like, I'm just having a day off. I'm going to sleep like a dog. But that's a sign of something maybe that needs a little bit more TLC. So QFF has been working with Red Cross, and we've been looking at the cyclone, we've been looking at bushfire risks and the response of farmers, and realising not only the farmers need support, but those who are supporting you, like Dave and his team and GrowCom and their team, they get burnt out. They get tired, they get emotional. I get emotional. I was doing a lot of work in Townsville after the monsoon flood event. I was up there every month for 12 months. I was up there in the week after it. You know, and you're visiting I was visiting nurseries because I work with the nursery and garden industry. I was the industry recovery officer. Well, 4 months into it, and I'm visiting nurseries and I'm hearing the sob stories and trying to fill out Q-rider forms and doing all of this. What did I do for myself? Because I realised that in between all these meetings that I'm having and site visits, whoa, it was getting to me. Now for me, it's going to be different to how you respond, but this is all about TLC. This is about taking care of yourself. My response was go shopping. I went shopping, but you know, there's some really nice looking shoes out there. And Manchester, you know, linen, oh, it's beautiful. But what I needed to do for myself was see something beautiful, create something beautiful, see something beautiful out of the ugliness and the sadness and the stories that I'm hearing. So this is important because we want to avoid these sorts of symptoms. I didn't start to resent people, but I was taking on their worries. I was becoming overly involved, and I'm just the recovery officer. I didn't go through the flood. I was there a week later. I didn't go through the bushfire. You did. But are there anything here that you can relate to? And it takes time. It takes time to feel these. You know, who's withdrawn? Who's bitter? Who's cynical? Who can't see tomorrow? Who becomes despondent? Who becomes grumpy with the staff? Who becomes grumpy with your spouse? Do you start to resent people? It's a sign that we need to recognise inside. Now, maybe your idea of recovery isn't shopping like mine, but it might be something else. Now, you live in a beautiful part of the world, so our idea of let's go to the beach and have a day off. Well, maybe that's okay for some. Maybe it's all right for those who live in Toowoomba or the Lockyer. But for you, it might be something different. It's really important that you find something that's personal to you, that you respond to in a positive way. Because it's the spirit. It's the spirit that suffers. It's the soul. It's the depression that can set in. And it's for everyone in this room. So what we've done, and what we want to do is support each other. Now, Dave's brought together a group of people here today that, you know, we're a new network. We'll walk out of here today and go, yeah, that was great, you know. But what are the outcomes of today? You know, Dave and his team will have outcomes to meet, but, you know, if you haven't said hello to the person on the table with you, maybe it's about time. Introduce yourself, share your story. Because what we're finding is that it's so important that farmers talk to farmers, that we help each other make good decisions in those tough times. And it's fine to have Dave and Suzette come and the council to come and look at your property and see the damage, and they will help you to a certain extent. But if you could talk to another horticulturalist, maybe you could talk to someone in Stanthorpe. You know, Michelle's organising this wonderful bus tour. You know, get on board with it. You know, go to talk to someone. So what we've developed is an industry support network, and you can sign up and put your name on it on the website. There's no commitment. There's no fuss. It's about reaching out and saying, hey, yeah, look, I might need some help. You know, there are wonderful mental health support services in the room here. Talk to someone. Don't go through it year after year because, as we've seen, we've already still got people trying to recover from Cyclone Marcia. It's important that you seek help before you need it. Don't leave it too late. You're not a silo. You don't run your property as a silo. If you've got cattle, your cattle, you know, are a herd. They work together. You know, they'll come up at feed time. They know when dinner is. You know your cycles of production, and you have a responsibility to this community, but the community has a responsibility to you. So reach out, put your hand out, ask for help. Don't be too proud. Don't say she'll be right. There's always someone else worse off than me. Yeah, well, maybe there is, but we're okay. We're big enough to be able to look after you. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm just going to give a plug for QFF. QFF has 21 industry members that can access different partnerships and, you know, you can get a Bunnings Power Pass. You can get national salary packaging. There's some really good benefits of belonging to your industry group, and if they're part of QFF, then they're part of this world that we're talking about today. You can sign up for QFF's top 10 things. There's an email that comes out every Monday morning, and you can find out more about the crop insurance project. Come and see me. I'll be here for a few more hours. Yeah, QFF, if you're into the social media side of things, have a look at those links, and yeah, we're here for you. Okay, so Crop Insurance Industry Support Network. Don't be alone in this process. If you have insurance questions, if you have any sort of need, reach out to your community, whether that's your primary production group like GrowCom or QFF, or indeed your council, because they are here for you. And Dave, that's it from me.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Kerry, and very importantly, reach out, look after each other, and get to know each other so we know those little triggers that there's something not quite right. So we are very resilient and we are very staunch, but it's always good to have someone there to watch your back every so often. So some great words, so thank you. Modern technology, so let's see how we go. Our last presentation is about 15 minutes before we go over to the question and answer aspect of the forum. And this one comes from Craig Weldon. Now, Craig Weldon's been up here and run a couple of workshops with us about bushfire biodiversity. So he's from the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. Craig has worked in the natural area management field for 25 years, developing extensive skills and knowledge in fire management, weed and pest control restoration works, flora and fauna surveying and disaster management. Craig holds a bachelor's degree in applied science, protected area management and wildlife reserves and wildlife wilderness reserves and wildlife from the University of Queensland. He is currently a volunteer firefighter with the Rural Fire Service Queensland, and in his spare time enjoys the challenge of maintaining his family's bushland property, which is registered as part of the South East Queensland Land for Wildlife program. Being a soccer coach and a volunteer teacher of science in his children's school, Craig joins us online today and has a pre-recorded presentation. Let's see how we go.
I'm going to be chatting about private landholder fire management planning. I'd like to acknowledge the contribution my colleague Dr. Samantha Lloyd made to this presentation. Thank you very much to the organisers of today's forum, Livingstone Shire Council. I'm truly sorry I can't join you in person today, as I'm actually facilitating a fire management planning workshop for the residents around the Noosa region. We acknowledge that the place we now live in has been nurtured by Australia's first peoples for tens of thousands of years. We believe the spiritual, cultural and physical consciousness gained through this custodianship is vital to maintaining the future of our region and across the state. The Fire and Biodiversity Consortium recognise that fire has long been part of the Australian landscape, an essential process for ecological health and species survival in fire-prone vegetation. Traditional owners, cultural burning practices are acknowledged as having played a critical role in structuring Australia's ecology over tens of thousands of years. However, uncontrolled fire poses significant risk to traditional owner cultural heritage values and the lives and well-being of many Australians, both in the bush and the city. This duality provides a complex risk environment and one that is a challenge to manage, not only in terms of mitigating bushfire risk, but also in facilitating engagement and comprehensive comprehension from community and stakeholders. The Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium workshops and events include and support traditional owners wherever possible, and Indigenous fire management practices are included as a feature in the workshop delivery. The Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium is also involved in a number of other projects and supports a number of programs that seek support of traditional owner-led aspirations in fire management, including upskilling traditional owners in training necessary to undertake fire management. I work for the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. It's a program of Healthy Land and Water, the natural resource management body for Southeast Queensland. Our aim is to translate science into practice for improved fire management and biodiversity conservation in Queensland. We have, within the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium, been delivering the fire management planning workshops for over 20 years. Workshops include the introductory fire information night, followed by a fire management planning workshop. And we deliver this in collaboration with the local governments of the areas, including Livingstone Shire Council, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, and other stakeholders that I'll nominate in a moment. We rely on local knowledge from agency staff, natural resource management, such as the Fitzroy Basin Association, catchment groups, such as Capricorn catchments, and First Nations peoples for fire management issues, production values, cultural values, threatened species, important wildlife corridors. Workshops are specifically designed for private landholders and delivered in partnership with local government, the fire service, and as I said before, the other key stakeholders. We also include Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service, utilities such as Powerlink and water utilities, Department of Transport and Main Roads, and this collaboration is greatly appreciated by the participants and enables state and local land management agencies to engage with neighbours, creating strong networks and relationships. The Fire Information Nights are an introductory community engagement event held in partnership with that host local government. We also include the Queensland Rural Fire Service staff and volunteers, and where possible, Rural Fire Brigade. We like to actually hold it within a Rural Fire Brigade station, like the one that we did at the caves. We roll the trucks out and hold the fire information night in the engine bay of the station. The key purpose of the information night is to introduce key concepts relevant to the workshop and promote the upcoming workshop as well. The workshops are designed to build the skills and resilience in private landholders and facilitate a balance between risk mitigation, property values and ecosystem health. The workshop topics include the role of fire in the landscape, recommended fire regimes, plant and animal responses to fire, fire and soil erosion, fire trails and mitigation zones, and fire preparedness and mapping. The fire information nights or workshops, we enable the participants to create a fire management plan for their property. Where possible, predictive fire models are utilised within the workshops and information sessions to show landholders how fire may travel across their respective landscapes. The local context is enhanced by the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Bushfire Simulator, as seen below, that was demonstrated at the Byfield Fire Information Night in March this year. It provides a practical example of the bushfire behaviour and the influence of topography and how mitigation measures can help protect houses and infrastructure during bushfires. Recently, in 2020, we were recognised for the workshops that we delivered as part of the Get Ready Resilient Australia Awards. We're also recognised for the fire management planning workshops and information sessions as a model that is readily adaptable by other communities. The success of the program has led the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium to broaden its coverage across Queensland, including in Livingstone Shire Council. The model is transferable across other states, providing state laws, regulations and policies are adhered to. The New South Wales Hotspots program is another program with a similar approach to engaging with community on planned burning and fire in the landscape. There are other examples across the nation, but that's just one that I wanted to highlight today. So how do we best support landholders to better manage fire? The key, we believe, is by providing targeted capacity building services and supporting landholders and partnerships. So one of our most successful and popular capacity building resources on offer is the fire management planning workshops. The primary aim is to assist the landowners to reduce their bushfire threat while protecting and enhancing land management practices, biodiversity values, and protecting cultural values as well. The workshops are a unique approach, empowering landholders to prioritise their actions for fire management with property and biodiversity values and improving resilience within the community. A resilient community, as we know, is one that is understood and provided with opportunities to participate and collaborate with neighbours and key government departments. These workshops provide landholders and the wider community to develop strong networks, including with neighbours, fire agencies, state agencies, local government and other stakeholders and businesses, all with a common interest of being more resilient to bushfires. The workshops improve the knowledge regarding the vegetation types on the property, the fuel hazards, fire behaviour and recommended fire regimes, resulting in improved confidence to act in preparation for and in a crisis. Participants learn from presentations from multiple agencies, keen to present on topics that are tailored to the host community, such as the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services key message of Prepare, Act, Survive. And topics presented by other stakeholders include fire and timber, fire and grazing, fire in peri-urban areas, and there's an understanding of the capacity. We also provide an understanding of the capacity of their local rural fire brigades to assist the community in a crisis, particularly if we hold the workshops and the information nights in a rural fire brigade station. We assist the participants to develop a fire management plan, an action plan tailored for individual properties and circumstances and their position within the broader landscape. Participants, particularly at the information night and also in the workshop, are able to voice their concerns to the attending government agency representatives regarding community capacity, strength and priorities in relation to community resilience. So they share their own experiences and lessons. Via the many pre-workshop survey and post-workshop reports compiled over the years, we have found that there are common needs within our diverse communities. Most want to know what to do in the event of a bushfire, who is responsible for what during an emergency, and what needs to be done to protect assets, life and property, vegetation management, and building requirements for bushfire and impact on fauna and flora. To cater for the diverse requests for information, agencies have been invited to assist in delivering consistent messaging to the community about the shared responsibility for all landowners, government agencies, and the emergency services in the face of fire management. Livingstone Shire Council asked the consortium to coordinate 2 fire information nights and 2 workshops in March of this year in the Byfield and Caves area. Before we ran the workshops, Livingstone Shire Council asked us to facilitate with government agencies, NGOs such as Fitzroy Basin Association and Capricorn Catchments in November of 2020 to determine the format of the Livingstone Shire Council Fire Management Planning Workshop. Thanks to Cap Catchments for helping to facilitate that too. At the Fire Information Nights, we heard from Livingstone Shire Council. At the Fire Information Nights in March, we heard from Livingstone Shire Council, HQ Plantations, Australian Defence Force, Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, Department of Resources, Capricorn Catchments, and the Fitzroy Basin Association. We believe that landholders and managers can increase their knowledge of adaptable fire management through the development of a fire management plan. Most government land management agencies prepare fire management strategies and individual fire plans. In the workshops, we guide private landholders in creating their own fire management plan. At the workshops, attendees use a number of tailored workshop materials developed by the consortium in collaboration with relevant agencies, experts and scientists, including the Property Fire Management Planning Kit, Part A and Part B. So Part A is the manual and Part B is the workbook. We also have a power line easement that we created in consultation with Powerlink Queensland. We also have recommended fire regimes booklets and a fire ecology booklet as well. We also utilise locally created publications such as those that the Fitzroy Basin Association and Capricorn Catchments produce. Participants are provided with maps of the vegetation types. Participants are provided with maps of the vegetation types and property aerials with contours. For the Byfield and the Cave workshops, Fitzroy Basin Association worked on the maps and provided the maps in both hard copy and digitally for the participants. This is a lengthy process, so thank you to Fitzroy Basin Association. And I will now describe how we step the landholders through the workshop process. We want landholders to build up the layers to give a comprehensive picture of the hazards on each property and the risks these pose to assets. We also ask that they be tenure blind and map their neighbours' assets too, as we know that fire knows no boundaries. Landholders map their water infrastructure, dams, water points, creeks, culturally significant sites, significant habitat features, and as mentioned before, their neighbours' bushland and assets. Workshop participants workshops encourage the community to work together to create a collective management plan for their properties rather than developing separate plans in isolation. Where there are neighbours that are in the workshop, we provide a cluster, and this encourages a joint approach to undertaking on-ground action such as prescribed burning, which can often otherwise be daunting for landholders. This united approach is a key component of community resilience. Another benefit is the fostering of positive relationships between private landowners and government agency staff, including but not limited to local government and emergency services volunteers. Landholders are given regional ecosystem mapping. We're not mapping the vegetation according to hazard in this particular exercise. This is already provided by the state government within the exempt clearing for work for fire management under the vegetation management framework. and this is discussed at the fire information by the State Department of Resources. We are looking at the recommended fire regimes for each regional ecosystem, and this will be used in the workbook in the Fire Management Planning Kit Part P to determine the appropriate objectives and fire regimes for each regional ecosystem. Here we discuss the purpose of fire trails and fire lines, the appropriate placement of trails, drainage, soil types, erosion, the design features that will allow for easy maintenance of the trails and lines and easier and safer passage of emergency vehicles. If we are holding the workshop in a fire station, we ask participants to have a look at how tall the fire trucks are and how wide they are. We also discuss permanent versus temporary trails. Where available, landholders are given a LiDAR map to assist in identifying suitable locations for fire lines. Landholders are told of the importance of keeping local records, as the fire history can assist in determining future fire regimes. We discuss the tools available to help determine past fire history. Here we break up the property into the management zones. The management zones are consistent with most Queensland Government land management agencies. These zones are named as an asset protection zone. If the property is large, we talk about strategic fire advantage zones. The land management zones can include a conservation zone, special conservation zone, rehabilitation zone, sustainable production zone, and a fire exclusion zone. We all know how important it is to monitor for change in the environment, and we encourage landholders to use the many citizen science tools now available and simple photo monitoring plots. Landholders are given a workbook to create their plan with. They record contact details of land management agencies, neighbours, their local fire warden, and interestingly, a lot don't know who that is, so we help them find them by the use of the online Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Fire Warden Finder. Their local brigade also. The workbook is also available in editable format. We recommend that landholders update the plan on a regular basis and provide the plan to new property owners. One landowner at a workshop said that they would be using the plan as a selling point. The workbook has action plans for each fire management zone and a 1, 2 to 4, 5 years plus action plan and budget. Participants are encouraged to finish the first draft of their plan in the workshop. Participants were asked to complete a short survey prior to and on completion of fire management planning workshops that we ran between January and June 2019. Survey results indicated that pre-workshop, approximately 15% of attendees reported having good general knowledge of fire management. None reported very good. Post-workshop, approximately 49% reported having good to very good to general knowledge, representing approximately 33% increase in this ranking. A stark trend was found with regards to participant understanding of recommended fire regimes for broad vegetation groups. Pre-workshop, approximately 21% were able to identify the 4 key factors of a recommended fire regime. This increased by approximately 60% to 80% post-workshop. Understanding the different vegetation types on property is important for hazard mitigation across the landscape. Importantly, the post-workshop survey revealed approximately 71% of the attendees were either very confident, 19%, or confident, 51%, about implementing their newfound knowledge of recommended fire regimes. These results are important as the level of confidence people have in their own knowledge and ability is directly related to what on-ground works they are willing to undertake. It is important that landholders not only understand the links between appropriate fire management and risk mitigation, but they appreciate that different vegetation types have different fire requirements. Example, grassy systems need frequent fire and rainforest no fire. These concepts are introduced in the fire management planning workshops, and attendees then map their property according to vegetation type and the attributed recommended fire regimes to each vegetation type, reinforcing the concept through practice. It is well recognised that to reduce the threat from bushfires to life and property, management and manipulation of fuel around assets is required. Understanding what type of fire will benefit your property and where planned fires should be implemented will assist. The key learnings as a revision here is from the survey is a lack of knowledge and skills is a key reason for inaction, and that's related to time and processes. People responded very well to the information, especially around fire ecology. Confidence and knowledge readily increased dramatically post-fire management workshop, and attendees were willing to undertake a greater variety of on-ground fire management actions post-workshop, including prescribed burning. We believe that the key benefits of this approach of utilising the fire management process, planning process, is trust, collaborative and cross-tenure, increasing capacity building, so future-proofing areas, and the balance, so a whole of property approach that includes fire ecology, biodiversity, with considerations for tourism and production and weed management. Knowledge builds confidence, the confidence needed to undertake preventative action and to act in a crisis. A resilient community is one that works together to assist and support each other during and after a disaster. The workshop process provides participants who are members of the local community an opportunity to get to know their neighbours and each other's strengths and weaknesses and practice, working as a collective. The provision of knowledge, tools and support to the community acknowledges their inclusion as part of the solution to building resilience. Thank you very much for listening. I'd like to thank Lisi, Lindy and Suzette from Livingstone Shire Council for inviting me here today.
Okay, well, we'll thank Craig next time we catch up with him. It might be a timely opportunity to have a bit of a stretch now. We're going to set the stage up for our presenters to do about, probably about 10 to 15 minutes of Q&A. We have got lots of responses, so thank you. If we don't get to your questions today, we will go through it. If you've left your contact details there, we'll follow it up. If not, please see one of the staff and actually make sure that you can be followed up in regards to it. So quick stretch, we'll set it up ready for the forum, ready for the Q&A. Okay, while the chairs are now being set up, can we ask the speakers from today to please come to the stage and we'll go through some Q&A. Yeah, no, probably not. We'll ask you some questions. Where's, I wonder if Scott wants to come up.
Do you want me to ask him or not?
Yeah, ask him. If he doesn't, that's fine. Scott is... Yeah. Geez, don't let my wife see me doing this, for goodness sake. I'll do it at home. Don't get a photo. I'll be in trouble. Professor Walsh, are you there? Where are you? No, sorry, it's all right. I know there's a question just for you. I've seen it. Okay, we might continue on now and get some of these Q&As. As I said, some of them we won't be able to answer, but we'll give it our best shot. Elise is coming up too. That's awesome. Come on, up you come. Right, so the very first question, no particular order. It's like Lotto, really. Oh, good one. Okay. Our daughter, who lived in Darwin, phoned us to prepare for Cyclone Marcia. Local warnings were not given. I can actually answer that one. So I'll take that one. Very good point. I think there was a lot of learnings from Tropical Cyclone Marcia, and thus the establishment of a disaster management unit holistically, which you currently see now. There's a couple of ways warnings are sent, and it was mentioned before. There's a state system called the Emergency Alert, which you get on your text message on your phone via SMS and also via landline. For those who experience some of the cobble, you should have got another notification through our Guardian system, which is what we use for disaster management. We now have an opt-in notification service. As I said, please go to our disaster dashboard, which is on those cards, and Lindy was also outside giving a bit of a demonstration for, and you can get more notifications via emails with weather warnings. For those entities out there who subscribe or who are on a distribution list, you'll also get repetition emails from me in regards to it. So a lot of learnings has come from it, and the establishment of the disaster dashboard is probably the biggest achievement in regards to that. So hopefully that clarifies that one for you. Question number 1 and 2 on the same page. What identifiable legislation has been introduced on changed for the better since the 2019 bushfires in this area? And the second part of that, is there any additional legislation or amendments yet to be introduced? Wow, I'm happy for someone else to also take this, but I can answer some of this. The Royal Commission into Natural Disasters was formed as a result of the 2019-20 bushfires. There are some significant recommendations out of that. I really recommend you have a read of that. The formation of the National Resilience Department will start looking at legislation, and one of the biggest things that's come out is the uniformity across states. Anyone else want to add anything to that? Anything from Queensland Reconstruction Authority as well? Yep.
From the Vegetation Management Act point of view, there hasn't been any legislative changes since 2018, so no, not at this stage.
Yep. And reef regulations are proposed to be introduced shortly, and as I understand it, they'll be administered by a different department to the Department of Agriculture, so it would be very interesting to see how they're going to interact with each other.
And Jimmy Scott, Queensland Reconstruction Authority. So certainly from the Royal Commission, there were 80 recommendations that came from that. And Queensland Government, like many other state governments, are currently considering their formal response. But I know that 12 of those 80 will relate to us at the QRA and very much relate to how we can improve both recovery and risk reduction moving forward. And that's certainly an area we'll be providing more focus.
Thank you. Next question. What can be done to rectify delays and misinformation with regards to communication? SMS, website, ABC radio. Hopefully I answered that previously. It's important that our linkages with the local disaster management group is with that group. Now, leading up to disaster events, during disaster events, we actually have really good linkages with our radios and TVs. I think the Mayor talks to them just about every morning on some topics, and the ABC radio has the capability to broadcast down from our local disaster coordination centre. But I recommend, again, have a look at that dashboard, that one point of truth, the emergency news that gets highlighted in regards to it. There is a problem with the emergency alert network. There is the fact that everyone is using the network, so in some cases, exactly right. There has been delayed in regards to getting that message out. Now, it actually is quite complex. There's a polygon drawn on the map, and there's a text that gets sent out, and every mobile phone within that area and out, because that's where the tower is, gets inundated with that message. So that's some of the problems we have to it. That's why I would recommend leading up to it, you know where to have the information from, and our disaster dashboard is a good point of truth. Anything to add to that, John?
Warnings is a really interesting topic, and as we go through doing research afterwards, talking to community members, there's a lot of people say, I get too much information, I don't know what's changed. You need to have multiple ways of getting access because you can't be certain that a mobile phone message will come through. And there are many people that know they're in a black spot, maybe not around here, but in other parts of Australia, that don't have another plan for getting information. And it really is a balance between someone like Dave and the team here putting out lots of information, particularly when, as we did over the big summer of 2019-20, where there was weeks of messages that there is warnings and communications fatigue. So for someone like Dave and his team, it is a challenge because they need to get information out to everybody. But if they keep giving it, people get to a point where they say, I don't know what's different. So there needs to be a call to action. I don't know, Dave, if you want to have some commentary around that.
Yeah. You make a good point. Communication fatigue is real, and if you look at how many weather warnings get sent out, et cetera, people start shutting off. So it's important that we have an understanding as a community where our point of truth is, what our hazards and what our risks are, and importantly, when we start seeing something that is going to impact us, we know where that information's got to come from. So it is a work in progress with that emergency alert, but there's other sources that we're hopefully working on. I'm not going to comment too much on some of the media. Again, it's about us having that relationship to rebut some of the comments that may be out there from unreliable sources, but it's also the balance between what is really happening and our future to make sure that people still continue to visit here if it is safe to do so, and that's the struggle that we sometimes have. So thank you. I do have to apologise to one gentleman here, and that's this gentleman right here, Scott. Scott's from Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service, who came for a day to actually get some information, etc. But I've put him on the spot because there are some questions relating to Queensland Parks and Wildlife, and I very much appreciate that you've come up here in your own time and have this conversation. So hopefully we can answer it. If not, provide some information. So the first question I have from Scott is, why don't they have controlled burning in national parks?
I'm hoping the person who posed the question is still here and will come and talk to me out in the foyer afterwards. Generally speaking, we do. I'm the Senior Ranger of the Fitzroy Management Unit. I cover Blackdown to Rockhampton and Byfield, Gladstone to St Lawrence. I've got normally 15 staff. We're currently running at about 60%, but during this opportunity to conduct planned burning, we've so far this year burned about 20,000 hectares of land. Blackdown, recently at Byfield, a fair bit on Archer. This coming Monday, we're burning off the edge of Pilbeam Drive. It's a hot area for us because we had 3 arson attempts on Pilbeam Drive last year. So it's actually full steam ahead for us. We do plan burning. We don't need a permit from the fire wardens to burn. However, our approvals process to conduct a planned burn is far more rigorous. There's a multi-page proposal we put together, considering all of the stuff that Phil mentioned this morning. And then it goes through an approval board, and that's every burn that we do, and then we have to stick by those guidelines. So we do quite a bit of burning. Who was it that showed the image of Stanthorpe this morning? That planned burn that deviated that wildfire was a Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service planned burn down there. Of the 8,000 burns during the 1920 wildfire season, that's 8,000 burns in Queensland registered by the Fire Service. 2% of those started on park, and 3/4 of those 2% were held on park. And we attribute that to our burning and hazard mitigation program as well.
Thank you. Now, the next question relates both to Parks and Wildlife, but due to time, I've actually assembled a lot of the questions that's based to Philip. So I think out of some of the conversations today was the confusion between what we can and can't do under legislation. So I'll try to summarise as best I can. An action item that came out of this, and I just spoke to the Mayor about it before, is perhaps a workshop to really focus on this land management based on state and local planning. But also, as Lise said in her presentation, more than happy both Philip and also Lise to have those conversations and get clarity around it. So that's one of the action items that we've discovered, that we need more information out there for the community based on that. But I'll try to summarise this as best I can. The one was why are Queensland National Parks exempt from a VMA, so a Vegetation Management Act, and also a bit of a clarity around the legal aspects of fire breaks by property owners, and a really good one. What is the department's view, impression on the Schedule 21, 15 clearing under the disaster declaration on the word necessarily? So yeah, a couple of tricky ones there, and I'm appreciative you're not going to answer it. But as I said, for me, the action coming forward out of this is that we'll have more time to spend on this confusion, for want of a better word.
So in response to the first question, it's correct that, yeah, national parks operate under a different legislation, so the VMA doesn't have any bearing on them at all. As to the reasoning, that was legislation put into place. I wasn't involved in that, but that's just, it's pretty much, there might be certain requirements or factors that result in slight differences in being required, but when it comes down to the bottom line, the answer is that we don't legislate national parks. So we legislate freehold land, leasehold land, Indigenous land, certain Indigenous land, and then we also have some bearing over things like reserves and that. But that doesn't mean we also are the only ones who have legislation over that. There may actually be other legislation in place, either from local government or other state government or federal government agencies. So in regards to the second question, which is around, so what was the second question again?
I knew you'd ask me that. Necessary. The definition of necessary. Yeah.
Necessary is a very tricky one. A lot of times when people ask me that, I try to refer them to the intent. So with the disaster declaration, when it comes to necessary clearing, the idea is that where do you see the hazard? So a lot around the disaster declaration is it's a hazard to infrastructure, or it's a hazard to yourself or your family, or it's a hazard to the environment. So when it comes to that, you're clearing around things like around infrastructure that's a primary example. If it's something where it's a tree that's going to likely result in destroying some form of your infrastructure, then it can be, and it's a hazard, then it can be cleared under that exemption after a disaster declaration. Same with people, it's areas of high flow and access, so if you have a large block and there's certain areas that you frequent very, very regularly, then yes, that's something where you can use that exemption. But the idea is that it's not to be used for going, I have a whole block and there's hazardous trees scattered throughout a 30 or 40 or 50 hectare block, and that gives me the right to be able to clear all of that land. That's not the purpose of the exemption. So the necessary side always makes it a little bit grey, but the best thing I can advise is to, if you think that exemption could apply, come and talk to us in our local Rocky office, and we'll be able to help you and talk about your specific situation. We'll be able to help work you through if that exemption is applicable or not for your circumstance.
Thank you. This is a good one. This is for you, Kerry. For fire-affected properties, what is the best strategy for restoring soil health? Oh, sorry. One of the Kerrys will do. Kerry from CQU it was, sorry.
As I briefly alluded to in that talk, a brief temperature, 100, 200 degrees will kill the first few centimetres of soil microbiota, but it'll come back very quickly, so little requirement. The destruction of mulch and so forth on the surface, of course, is the more difficult problem. Loss of soil organic matter with high temperatures is more a problem. So yeah, high temperature fires where there's been loss of organic matter and change to the soil structure, change to the clays, needs organic matter to get back into the soil, basically, bottom line. Yeah.
Thank you. A couple of other quick ones and then we'll wrap it up. On Mount Ray Road, all the dead trees near the road, who is responsible for clearing them before they fall across the road? Tricky one. Yes, Lise, please.
Yes, so we've actually had 2 rounds of tree removal in those areas already. But I think, as you know, and has been mentioned today, sometimes it takes quite a long time before we know the health of a tree or whether it's going to survive or become problematic. So we definitely encourage people to report that. So if they have concerns around any of those trees, to let us know through a customer request. Our infrastructure department has the responsibility to then assess those trees and have them removed if they're in danger of falling on the road.
Thank you. Last question. This person lives in Yeppoon. Lots of rubbish that comes washed and deposited in Fig Tree Creek. I have an acre. Can I burn that rubbish?
In the Fig Tree Creek area, you'll have a lot of different concerns because you're in an urban area as well, and so smoke and effects around that fire are also to be considered. But the Yeppoon Urban Fire Station is a place to get advice around that, and also come to council to discuss other options. We have community groups working in the Fig Tree catchment as well, helping landowners with weed and debris issues. So there might be opportunities for you to be involved with your neighbours or with other community groups who are trying to deal with these issues.
Thank you. And the last one is very much affected, and it's lots of this stuff is being dumped in the creek with causes some logs, etc. So very much similar to what you said before about volunteer groups, and we're always inspecting our creeks and trying to keep them as pristine as possible. Or you're borderline, of course you can. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So the short answer is depending on the conditions of the time. So if the conditions restrict backburning, yes, there is. So today we weren't going to comment about the activation of fire, but what I want to do is take that type of information on notice and actually follow it up. So Lindy is well aware of some of those circumstances, so we'll make a call, Norm, and give you a heads up in regards to it. So the short answer is they can stop you from doing a backburning due to the conditions and what they're planning. It's about the holistic approach to the fire. So we'll follow you up and get back to you. Thank you, everybody, and I really appreciate that. We got most of the questions. For those who wanted some more questions but not raised in the forum, as I said, I've left my card there. You've seen our staff that's currently visible. We all work over at the hub. Please pop in and ask the questions, because what we want to do is make sure the next fire, when it comes, we'll be in a better place to actually mitigate, prepare for it, and of course, respond and then recover from it. Very, very important. So a couple of little things before we wrap. I'd like to thank the panel and all the speakers who gave up their time today, and I am sure that you got a lot out of it, as I did. So very much appreciated for that today. So thank you very much, everybody. And the last couple of things before I ask the chair of the Local Disaster Management Group, Mayor On, to come and close it up. If you notice the lovely little presentations on your table, they are fire retardant trees. You are welcome to take them. And Councillor Friend mentioned before in her talk that she is the portfolio for environment at the nursery. Let us know. If you want to learn a bit more about fire retardant plants, there's plenty of information on the website, and we're very fortunate that through our natural resource management team and our nursery, they have lots of information and lots of advice in regards to it. It's at the landfill, so please don't hesitate to make the call and actually ask the questions, because as you saw today, it's about building resilience in other ways than we possibly thought before. So without any further ado, could I please ask Mayor Andy Olin to the stage for the wrap-up of the forum. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave, very much. And ladies and gentlemen, in wrapping up, can I do so on behalf of council and my fellow councillors who are here today. So we've been fortunate, and I hope you've got to have a chat to them. We've had Deputy Mayor Adam Bellow here. We've had Councillor Glenda Mather. Councillor Rhodes-Watson, Councillor Pat Eastwood and Councillor Andrea Friend. And I haven't missed anybody, have I? No, good. I'll get to him. I'll get to him in a minute. But look, I'd also like to join Dave in complimenting our speakers. I didn't embellish in my opening remarks when I said we have some world-class presenters here today, and I hope you've been able to appreciate that and understand it, because some of the presentations have been really informative for me personally, but they have all been excellent. And I just would ask you to join with me in again thanking our speakers. Not only have they been technical, but we've also had some not so technical, and our special guest, Shane Webke, has stepped out for a moment, but not only has he proven that he's a world-class footballer, but I think you can appreciate that he is also a world-class human being. Thank you to GrowCom and the LSC team for their work in this as well. As you would appreciate, there's a lot of work behind holding an event such as this. And can I get you to put your hands together for them, please? So before trying my hand at the political side of local government, I bounced around on the other side of the fence, if there are indeed fences, for about 20 years in various positions. And you come across staff who are generally very, very good at what they do. I mean, in my local government career, I found very few staff that I found to be deficient, and thankfully didn't have to sack too many of them. But occasionally you find one who is extraordinary, and of course I refer to Dave Maz. Dave makes us look good every single day from what he does. And so I just wanted to say thank you personally, Dave, for what you've done for this particular forum as well. And can you join with me in thanking Dave? And finally, but not lastly, I'd like to thank you, you, our wonderful community. Shane talked about toughness. Well, my hat goes off to you, because we get everything in this Shire. We get fire, we get flood, we get cyclones, we get pandemics, we get the whole shooting match here. And you guys bounce back every single time. And to me, that's toughness, and that's worth everybody's admiration. So congratulations to everybody here. And on that note, can I say thank you very much for giving up your time. I hope you got something out of this and found it beneficial. And please drive carefully going home, and we'll catch up with you again soon. Bye for now.